All right, what's good, everybody? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. All right, it's time. Hello, 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 and welcome. Very happy to have you here. We are back once again with more depressing news, unfortunately. It's a dark time for us gamers right now. Xbox is going through it. PlayStation's going through it. Destiny 2 is dead. God damn. That's not what we were expecting. 2026 is like, can we do a hard reset on 2026? Can we do a do-over? We did not start this year off right. Thorich B, what's good? King Noxid, Ant C, Tony Hayabusa, Imrai, spicy, yes. Lardy says, man, I thought it was gonna be aggressive when I said 2.5k layoffs. Boy, I was short. Yeah. Exactly, Lardy. 1,600 today and more throughout the fiscal 2027 year. Yeah, you know what's interesting is that this, like, it's not like a one and done, like they kind of chop off the layoffs and then continue on. It's kind of a weird, like, looming continuation of layoffs, right? It's got to be kind of weird to continue to work for Xbox or Microsoft at this point. You're like, oh, am I next? I'm prepared for the spicy stuff, Lucky. Oh, you'd better be. This is very spicy day. The West Coast gaming industry just imploded. Yeah, the West Coast gaming industry is, they've been crippled. They've had a debuff applied to them. And they got hit with the tractor cannon. Chaos Frost, what's good? Ant, what's good? Hopefully my game doesn't get too shit on. Yeah, what was that one? The State of Decay 3. Thorich says, holy cow, I thought the other people had more time following you, but I'm old as fuck here. What's good, Thorich? That's good. Glad to have you here. Need to go back to pre-2024 and make different decisions. Yes, we need to go back in time. Unfortunately, I almost always end up watching Osiris reruns. While you're here live for real this time. Companies with bad corporate management deserve to have layoffs and go bankrupt. That's capitalism. That's true. You're honestly, OmegaCon, you're not wrong. You know what I'm saying? Spitting facts. Ant says, Lucky, video games are in so much turmoil that we are going to go to board games. Yeah. We're going back to Monopoly, dude. I'm taking over Park Place. Ant, what's good? We got, I think I can officially say that gaming has become a mature industry now. The days of crazy growth are over. That's a very astute assessment there. We're in, I would call it the end stage, right? We're in the late stages of gaming now. State of Decay 3, I know, State of Decay 3. It's in trouble. I don't know if you saw, but it's in trouble. It'll probably still get made, but it's definitely in trouble. What's good, Sir Stankleg? They did not cancel State of Decay 3, no, but I think they're going independent, and they're being, like, investors are working with them. Going back to board games, dude, yes. Investors got wise and realized that gaming companies are even worse than tech companies when it comes to corporate management. Yeah, you know what's really crazy is that Asha talks about how there were 7 layers of management to certain departments. I'm like, excuse me? 14 layers. Sorry, I misspoke. 14 layers of management. God damn. What's good, Ant? What's good, Kaiser? What's good, Chase Frost? 14 layers of management is absolutely insane. What are you even saying right now? Can you imagine that? 14 layers of management. That's unreal. Platform teams are 40% larger than they were at the start of this generation. Jeez. Holy. State of Decay is in beta right now. It's 85% complete. Yeah, that one will probably go out. Hopefully it lands well, right? 14 layers of management is actually fucking crazy. 14 layers. That's like a meme right there. That people are gonna remember that shit, dude. 14 layers of excuse me, 14 layers? Like what? Now, when you hear it though, you think, okay, so you got a multi-billion-dollar corporation, you've got all these games, right? You've got these studios that were acquired, and then they have their hierarchy of, you know, like Bungie probably has a certain number of layers of management, right? You've got well, let's say you had like Pete Parsons at the top. So you had Sony, Pete Parsons, and then below that you had like the game directors, and then below that you had like, I don't even know, the vice president. I'm trying to think what would be below that. You had the you have like all sorts of layers built into there, right? You'd have to actually, I'd like to go through and see how many layers did Bungie have specifically. That would actually be interesting for comparison. I delay. Nice to see you live again. What's good? It's been almost 10 years. Good to have you. 14 layers, dude. No wonder they had a hard time getting any projects finalized. 14 layers is insanity, dude. Oh, man. All right. We got a lot of news to cover here. Oh, what? Now we're tweeting them. I think the main problem with Xbox going forward is going to be what's not addressed in today's announcement, and that is it has to turn around its core console business, and there is still no coherent path to do so. That is arguably its most important strategy component right now. Expanding console adoption is the biggest potential way to expand Game Pass, which comes after 2 bad generations, unlike its competitors, also dealing with hardware issues. That's true. Right, they're in a losing race against Sony right now when it comes to specifically console sales in the hardware competition right now. And I don't think they even have a strategy for fixing that. They're just going to lay everyone off, I guess, and then begin to work on the new strategy afterwards. But it's not just convincing people that Xbox is worth it again. Helix SKUs are going to cost an insane amount of money for both them and the consumers, given the current market, which shows no sign of changing, at least not for the better. If the previous cloud/streaming idea panned out, they'd be super well positioned. That has not happened in the least. Oh boy. Oh boy. What a crazy time, huh? Well, you know what sucks the most about this is that we were theorizing, and well, it's probably not going to happen. We were theorizing maybe since Xbox has more money than PlayStation, maybe they could buy the Destiny IP and make a Destiny 3. Yeah, that's probably not happening, is it? Feels bad. That's not happening. F, dude. Big Fs. All right, let's break down how we got here. Jason Schreier, he actually had a video go live at the time of this. So Jason Schreier is actually given an astute breakdown. All right, so let's see what we got cooked up over here. This is the situation. Xbox just announced 4,800 layoffs that are coming over the course of 2027. And this is absolutely brutal, but necessary because it was revealed that in some parts of their company, there was as many as 14 layers of management. That's crazy. So, what exactly happened? What's going on? We have Jason Schreier here giving us a breakdown. Okay, he's got like inside information. And honestly, even worse than the jobs being cut, he's a Jets fan. That's disappointing. Here we go.
Hello. Today, after several weeks of rumors, we are finally seeing what is actually going to happen at Xbox today and over the next few months. Asha Sharma wrote an email. Asha Sharma, CEO of Xbox, wrote an email to staff this morning saying that she is planning to cut 3,200 jobs, 1,600 cut today, Monday, July 6th, and another 1,600 over the next few months. She is
Okay,
also
so the numbers have been getting a little bit muddied from different reports. Sounds like 3,200 is the current head count. Will it increase? We'll find out throughout the year, but that's a lot. That is the biggest layoff in gaming history by a long shot. Like I think the next closest comparison is like 1,900. So we cleared that, we broke a world record today. A world's first, you could say, for Xbox.
divesting from 4 studios and planning to divest from a fifth. She, under Xbox is going to sell Ninja Theory, the makers of Hellblade and the upcoming game Senua, and Undead Labs, the makers of State of Decay and the upcoming State of Decay 3. Both of those games were just showed off at their summer showcase a few.
If you have a friend that's a State of Decay 3 fan, check up on them, dude. I mean, the game's almost finished. It's like 85% finished, so it'll probably still go out, but man, people really want that. There's a good fan base for that game. We'll see what happens, man. The part I worry about is some of these games without the support of Xbox. I wonder how well they're going to do. It would be an incredible story if you got cut off from Xbox, right? Your studio got axed or chopped or whatever, tossed to the side, and then you still launched a super successful game, right? That would really stick it to the man, Xbox, for choosing to lay you off and separate from your studio.
Weeks ago. And 2 other studios are going to spin out and become independent. Double Fine, makers of Psychonauts and Keeper and Kiln and the phenomenal documentary Psych Odyssey, and Compulsion Games, makers of We Happy Few and South of Midnight. Those 2 are going to spin off and become privately owned independent studios that are now owned by their management.
That's so interesting to me is that studios are getting spun off into their own, right? They're like acquiring independence. Like they're basically forcing them out. Like they don't really want to associate with them. I wonder if, and I know this has nothing to do with this situation, but I wonder if there's an element of Sony trying to push Bungie out. Like, could you imagine if Bungie and Sony separate, given like the disastrous situation with Destiny 2 and with Marathon, right? Or maybe Sony still continues to believe in them. I mean, it seems like the CEO, Herman Holst, has said nothing but nice things about them, which is kind of crazy considering they've basically just burned hundreds of millions of dollars for Sony. But given the current position within the games industry, maybe they believe like working with Bungie is better than nothing, perhaps. That could be the solution, or that could be the way forward for Bungie and Sony. But it could be a pretty crazy situation if Bungie gets spun off and thrown out from Sony, and they have to go fend for themselves as an independent company working on an incubation project with a massively reduced team, like a tiny, like, I don't know who's funding this thing, one, but whoever is funding this thing, it's going to have to be a very small team and see what sort of project they could even make from that. And even if they did, though, the problem is you have to go independent and you have to reacquire the rights to the IP of Destiny and Marathon. I don't know, man. They're probably too big, and the IPs are probably too valuable for that to ever happen, given their current position. But that would be the craziest story of all, right?
Xbox, as a result of this, is going to give those two studios back the rights to their IP, as well as some
Wow.
runway to help them get going.
They give them the rights back to their IP and give them some money to have a runway. Wow. They're basically trying to do this in good faith. They're like, listen, we don't fuck with you, but we're not just gonna, watch you go die in an instant, leave you high and dry. So they're actually giving them the rights to their IP back and some money along the way. Wow. I wonder how much money they get though. How much runway, a month, 3 months, a year.
As they go independent. Xbox is also saying that they plan to keep working on and finish Senua and State of Decay 3. As for the fifth is Arcane, as had been rumored. Xbox is planning to do something with Arcane, but because of stringent French labor laws, that could not happen right away. And so
Whoa.
Xbox is entering the process that's called consultation, where essentially they have a conversation with the council, the work council at Arcane, saying, hey,
How crazy is that? Because of labor laws in your country, you can't just like axe off a bunch of employees. They force you into a consultation, like basically a mediation process. So that way you don't just lose your job in an instant. This is awesome. Which country was that in? They do that? Dude, those guys are doing it right. You don't get screwed over instantly from the multi-billion-dollar corporation.
let's review our strategic options. Are we going to sell you? Are you going to spin out? What is the future going to look like? That future will likely involve the studio continuing to work on their game, Blade, but it will not be part of Xbox anymore.
Interesting.
You might have seen a lot of rumors over the last couple.
Blade, that's a sword game I could actually get behind. Okay, I know we just watched all the showcases and there was like 400 sword slap games, but Blade game, dude, I'll be playing that. I'll play a Blade game.
Of weeks about various studios being on the chopping block. This is what is actually happening. And if you have read Bloomberg, I mean, we have reported on a lot of this. We reported a few weeks ago that Compulsion and Double Fine and Ninja Theory were in negotiations with Xbox. And there's an important distinction here. There has been a lot of stories out there, a lot of reports, a lot of videos, whatever, that these studios had been closed. That was not true. And I tried to make it clear on YouTube, on Reddit, on Resetter, on Bloomberg that those studios were not closed. Nothing had actually happened yet. They were in negotiations to avoid closure, ideally by either spinning out or selling, which is what happened.
There was a ton of propaganda being spread. There's a lot of rumors and crazy gaming chaos that happens when it's known that there's going to be layoffs and stuff. And so this rumor was spreading around that these studios were closing, and a few others as well. The people who make Fallout was also being rumored to be closed, which was just insane. And so a lot of misinformation was spreading around out there. And Jason Schreier was getting ahead of it because he has like insiders giving him the information of like what's actually going to happen. So it's kind of an interesting dynamic there where, rumors start spreading. The fact checkers and people with inside information try to clarify some of it, but ultimately you don't really know the answer to everything. It sounds like this is exactly what was planned. Like, people have already been talking about this in pretty lengthy detail before today, and it lined up pretty close to what we expected.
There are also going to be major job cuts across the entire organization. Xbox Game Studios is going to see big cuts. ZeniMax is going to see big cuts. Activision Blizzard is going to see some cuts, although fewer than ZeniMax and XGS. Let's
ZeniMax seeing cuts. You know what's interesting about that? I think ZeniMax, they're the ones that actually own Warframe. Not that Warframe isn't in any trouble by any means, but it's crazy seeing how these things can have a trickle down effect to some degree. Like Warframe's crushing it. Warframe's doing good. They're owned by, I believe, ZeniMax, and now ZeniMax is going through it, right? Because of the other games that are struggling.
go through it. I'm gonna read a couple of lines from Asha Sharma to try to understand why this is happening and how this is all happening. Some pretty candid language in Asha's email to staff this morning and Sharma's email to staff this morning. Quote, "Our business today is not healthy. We are operating at margins that are 3 to 10 times lower than comparable platform and publishing businesses." Gonna skip over a little bit. "We must reset Xbox. She talks a little bit about the previous strategy under former regime, under Phil Spencer, who since 2018 has been buying up all these studios. And she writes that we have learned that we are not the best home for every type of studio. In a typical year, we lost 64 cents for every dollar we invested. She talks about how Xbox is not the best place for all of these independent game studios to be homes. It's not the best home for them. And instead, they're going to, quote, help independent creators succeed by providing open development tools and audiences to realize their vision. There's also some other various restructuring that she mentions. Mo Yang and King are going to report directly to Asha Sharma. She talks a lot about the platform teams being too big and bloated with management layers, and they're going to be doing a lot of cuts there. ZeniMax, as I mentioned, is going to be impacted pretty significantly. They're going to be restructured to a franchise-first model. They're basically going to be focusing on their biggest franchises, which you might have seen rumors about it just being Fallout and Elder Scrolls. That also is not true. A lot of the rumors have not been true. They are going to focus on Fallout, Elder Scrolls, Quake, Wolfenstein, and Doom. So all 5 of those franchises are going to be a big focus for ZeniMax moving forward. There's some other kind of operational changes, people changes. I won't get into all the specific details. And she writes, I'm going to quote again, these changes are about a bigger future for Xbox, not a smaller one. Skipping over a couple lines, this year we'll invest as
Oh, I got that wrong with the digital. I got that wrong with ZeniMax. Apparently, Digital Extremes obviously are the ones that make Warframe, just to be specific, and they were acquired by Liu. And then in 2020, Tencent acquired Liu, making Tencent the parent company of Digital Extremes.
much in Xbox as we ever have, but we'll invest with greater focus, greater discipline, and greater clarity, all in service of making Xbox where the world plays and creates. Yada, 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 more corporate stuff. She wants Xbox to reach 1 billion players per day.
That is insane. Is she smoking meth or something? Like 1 billion players a day? Do you understand? That's like the equivalent of like 20 Steams. That's not even in the realm of possibility. That's like me saying I want to go live tomorrow on Twitch and I want to have, 10 million viewers. Like that is just not happening, okay? Unless I start literally stripping butt ass naked and pouring oil on me, like no, there's not going to be 10 million people in here tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't going to happen. Like what do you mean 1 billion people in a day? Are you like this is that has to be a typo. Like why would she even say that?
So, what does all this mean? How do we get here? So how do we get here? I answered that in a previous video. I'll throw that in the show notes. And by the way, all of my coverage on this is also going to be on Bloomberg, so make sure you check that. I'll provide links in the show notes as well. Make sure you click on that story and read the story that I published on Bloomberg this morning about what is going on at Xbox.
Someone said you're not counting the mobile game gamers. I mean, I guess there is a lot of them. So I guess maybe if you were to incorporate the mobile game market, you could, skew the numbers a bit. I don't know. We'd have to see what the numbers are like. But the fact that you are reporting that you want Xbox to do effectively 20x what Steam does, and you are nowhere near them right now, is like, it just sounds insane. Like it sounds ridiculous.
Short version of how we got here is that Phil Spencer doubled down on Game Pass, which is Xbox's version of Netflix for video games, their catalog service where you pay a monthly fee and you get access to a bunch of video games as part of that. And in order to bolster that lineup and see continued growth, he went on a shopping spree and bought a bunch of these studios, including the 4 that are getting divested and also ZeniMax, the publisher behind Arcane. And he wanted to add all of those games to Game Pass and then went on to buy Activision.
Yeah, so Phil Spencer went on a spending spree and just bought everything. And at the time, this was perceived as the best case scenario because he's consolidating all of these valuable IPs under one banner, right? Obviously, things have changed quite a bit. Someone said they already own Candy Crush. They do own Candy Crush, and Candy Crush is, without sounding ironic, it's crushing it, right? It's killing it. And so is Minecraft, right? But not as much as, I guess we'd have to see what are the numbers of how many daily active players are there in the video game Candy Crush? I understand the mobile market is built different, okay? Everyone's got a phone. Everyone's on their phones all the time. But is it like that? The estimates are around 20 to 30 million daily active users from third-party sites. 20 to 30 million, and you are thinking you are going to have a billion people. Like the jump between 20 to 30 million to 1 billion is a massive leap, guys. A massive leap. How many players log in and play Xbox every day in a 24-hour period? Yeah, they don't have exact numbers, but it says like it's usually between 100 million to 200 million in a typical 24-hour period. So if you take Xbox's numbers and combine that with Candy Crush, okay, you're still only at like let's say we put the highest estimates like 230 million, right? We want to go from 230 million to 1 billion in how? with what IP are we going to go from 230 million to 1 billion?
And add Call of Duty to Game Pass. That strategy did not pay off, and Game Pass did not grow to the expected at the expected rate. Game Pass plateaued. Did not see the growth that he wanted. He wanted it to reach 100 million users. Instead, it capped out around 30, 35 million users, according to estimates. They stopped revealing exactly how many people were subscribed to Game Pass, which, as I mentioned before, usually when a company doesn't reveal numbers anymore, that is a bad sign. And of course, this is all coming amidst a landscape where the Xbox hardware has been in decline, has been struggling a lot over the last decade, and that is before this current chip crisis that has led to just complete devastation, a cataclysmic chip crisis thanks to AI, where hardware prices are skyrocketing, availability is becoming a serious problem, and as Asha Sharma said,
those goddamn AI data centers are cooking us. The future of gaming has never been more dark because of these damn AI data centers, right? You guys need to slow down on that AI shit. God damn it. You're making gaming completely unaffordable, right? We're going to witness the complete collapse of the games industry just so that way we can have Chat GPT.
In a previous note, not today, but a few weeks ago, they are expecting to pay in 2027 5 times as much for memory and storage as they did in 2024. 5 times as much for memory and storage. That is pretty bonkers. So this is a pretty crazy time. The one thing that is worth noting about this announcement that I think is particularly interesting, an interesting decision, I'll say that much, is that there are 32 jobs being cut in Xbox, but only 1,600 of them are being cut today. The other 1,600 include the studios that are being divested from, and also jobs that are going to be eliminated over the next 12 months, over the rest of.
That's got to be so awkward and so weird, right? At least when you see layoffs, typically it's like they launch, they drop the axe, and it's done. Now it's like you're laid off, all these people go home, and then you're kind of just sitting around the office looming like, am I next? Right? And the next 12 months is going to be continuous layoffs. So at any point in time, you just get, thrown out into the wild. That's crazy. That's going to be such a weird time for these Microsoft and Xbox employees, like wondering what their job security is going to look like. And I don't know. I feel like that works against them. It would have been much better if they could have just like cleanly cut and did all of that. The problem is it's just so many people that they can't possibly get it all done in an instant. But wow, that's an incredible like method to lay people off, right? How shitty would it feel if you worked there right now, if you didn't get laid off today and you're just kind of waiting around for it to happen?
The fiscal year. In other news, in other words, if you are still at Xbox or if you are still in one of these orgs and you are not laid off today, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know if you're going to be part of that next wave of layoffs that is going to happen over the next few months, which is a really difficult position to be in. It is really tough to be working on any part of any organization, let alone creative endeavors. It's really hard to make great art, to make great games when you're constantly worried about losing your job. It's really hard to put your all in and be willing to put in maybe extra hours or put in all of your energy into something without knowing if you're still going to have a job next month or next week. So that is going to be hanging over a lot of people in the coming weeks and months. And then, of course, we have 1,600 jobs being lost today all across the organization. So that 3,200 comprises about 20% of Xbox. Xbox was about 16,000 employees. They are now going down to about, let's call it 12,800, something like that. Still a big organization, but getting significantly smaller. And this is an organization that had gotten huge, largely due to this spending spree that the previous regime went on. Activision Blizzard alone was, I believe, close to 9,000 people that were added to this organization back when that deal closed a few years ago. So what does this mean for the future? Well, clearly Xbox is not going to be in the business of making independent style games anymore. Games like what Double Fine makes, what Compulsion makes. And clearly they are not that interested in single A, triple, double A, whatever you want to call it, that kind of middle tier of games that has not really led to big results for them. And it has not led to growth, even though it has led to some critical acclaim. Last year's Keeper from Double Fine was nominated for some awards, won some awards, didn't get the most like top rave reviews from critics. I thought it was pretty cool as kind of an interactive piece of art, but was generally liked and acclaimed, I would say. South of Midnight, same thing. Again, not universally acclaimed by every single critic. You look at that Metacritic score; it's not in the 90+ range or anything like that, but it won some awards and was well received. I think it was one of those games where, like, if you like people who loved it, it really spoke to them, which I think is an interesting. Like, I think that's a good thing for art to be a little bit polarizing and maybe not appeal to everybody, but to appeal very much to the people who it really speaks to. So that stuff is not going to happen anymore. We are going to see a pivot to focus on some of the biggest franchises. Now, that doesn't mean they're not going.
Interesting. So the mid-tier games they're out. Right? They're not focused on the double A. They want the big ones, the big cash cows. They want to have the most dominant, the most prominent IPs. They talked about this with Candy Crush and Minecraft, and reinvesting and investing more into those. Try and, pour more gasoline on those fires. Really interesting stuff. Really crazy time. I think this might be the right approach for them as a company, right? I'm not sure if us as players, this is always the best thing. It's kind of nice to have a good amount of variety. But the games that are crushing it right now are about to be crushing it even more because they're the ones that are printing money day after day, month after month, year after year. The timeless classics, dude. The Minecrafts. Minecraft is the infinite money glitch.
Going to be making new things, and they are incubating some new IPs.
Someone said, "How is Marathon doing?" Oh, hell no! Don't even go there. Don't even make me pull up the charts today.
Most notably, one that comes to mind that I think they have been pretty public about is that Activision has a game in development that is under a studio called Elsewhere in Poland. I believe a lot of it is ex-CD Projekt Red people, and they've said that it is an unannounced new IP RPG that they are working on. So Xbox still is investing in some new IP. It's just they are not going to invest in that kind of independent AA model anymore. They're focusing on big franchises, and that's what we're seeing, especially at ZeniMax, where we're going to see a really big overhaul. And I wouldn't be surprised if they start focusing more on trying to get more Fallout games out on a more regular cadence, trying to get more Elder Scroll games out on a more regular cadence, because those are two franchises that are humongous, but have not really been what executives like to call, quote, exploited in the way that, I don't know, an Activision or another studio.
Oh, great, dude. This is exactly what we need. We're going to start cracking the whip on these companies and make them produce more content at a faster pace. God.
Might use them, might exploit them. And I mean, I think any kind of objective observer might look at something like Fallout and say, wait a minute, there hasn't been a new single player Fallout game since 2015. There hasn't been any new Fallout game since 2018, despite this hit show on Amazon that has been going for the last couple of years. What is going on here? Obviously, there's this reported remaster that's going to hit at some point in the near future. But aside from that, the lack of new Fallout games, I think, is pretty striking. And it makes sense that they would want to invest in more of that stuff, focus more on these big franchises. Worth noting what
Yeah, that's you're making money from the show. The IP is loved and stuff. What we really need to do is force those devs, like dunking their head in the toilet. You will make more. Make us more money, damn it. This is going to be so bad, dude. This is not good. Forcing the creatives into pumping out more content. I mean, look, as the consumer, if you really like Fallout, right, you're probably looking forward to that. Let's be real. Uh, what is the outcome going to be though when you're kind of forced into being creative versus like it naturally happening? I don't know, man. We'll see how the next few new Fallout games turn out to be.
once again that despite rumors you might have seen on the internet, Xbox still is investing in Doom and Wolfenstein and Quake. So it is not just Fallout and Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls, of course, that is Elder Scrolls 6 is the next big game from Bethesda Game Studios. Don't expect to see that for a little while still. I think they've been very clear about that, but that is another one that they are seeing as a big bet moving forward. The other big part of this is Minecraft. So what's happening with Minecraft is interesting. So Minecraft, as I mentioned, the studio behind Minecraft, Mojang, is going to be reporting directly to Asha Sharma. And it seems like Xbox wants to invest more in the Minecraft ecosystem. Minecraft has been extremely successful, by far the most successful of the acquisitions that the Xbox regime has made over the last 15 years. Minecraft and Mojang was actually the first one. They bought Minecraft in 2014. It was one of the first moves done under the Phil Spencer regime after he took over. I believe.
Yeah, that was a good bet, huh? When they bought Minecraft, and you can imagine they've just made so much money from that. When Xbox bought Minecraft, how much money is it predicted that they've made since then? Like, did they make their money back? Or how long did it take them? And how much more profitability have they gotten from that IP ever since they purchased it for like however much they did? Yeah. They bought it for $2.5 billion in 2014. Does anyone remember that with Notch? That crazy story. And they were generating roughly $300-ish million in annual revenue. And that's about 130 million in just pure profit. So they're making 130 million in profit. So that multiplied times however many years equals gaining profitability on that $2.5 billion initial investment. So they actually broke even surprisingly quickly because they just fucking Minecraft blew up even more. Yeah, they made their money back many years ago. They've made over $10 billion in total lifetime revenue. That was a good bet, dude. They gambled and won, dude. They said, let's buy that Minecraft thing, okay? 2.5 billion is a lot of money, but man, they gambled big time and won. Crazy. And now they're gonna make it even bigger, apparently, which I'm all for. I love Minecraft.
They bought it for around $2.5 billion, which was a steal in retrospect because that game has continued to perform extremely well and make a lot of money for the company over the last few years. Plus, it's got its own movie tie-in, which also made $1 billion at the box office, and there's a sequel coming. So huge franchise.
These sandbox games, man, these things are so much fun. You just have complete creativity. I think that's like the future of gaming in general because when you're like limited to whatever the devs come up with, it's very easy to chew through it so fast. But when you get to be the creator in the game and you get to structure the IP how you like, you get to create your own maps, get to create your own, experiences. That's that I feel like that has endless replayability and replay value. Like you can just play Minecraft for hours and hours and hours and not even do like 1% of all the things that there are to do. And in a game like Destiny 2, but for example, it's like there's definitely some creativity, there's definitely some agency, build crafting, but the experiences are obviously curated, right? Like you go into a strike and it's the same strike every time. There's no like map creator in Crucible. Dude, that would have been awesome though. Could you imagine in Destiny 2 making your own PvP maps? God, that would have been so much fun.
I wouldn't be shocked if we see Xbox start looking at Minecraft as its own version of Roblox and invest in that to try to create its own sort of platform, its own sort of ecosystem to take on something like Roblox. I don't know how feasible it is to start adding game creation tools in something like Minecraft, which is essentially, if you're not familiar, I imagine most people are, but Minecraft is digital Legos. It has some interesting kind of mechanisms that you can play around with. It has computers that you can build. People have done all sorts of crazy stuff using the computer system, built-in computer system within Minecraft over the years. I don't know how feasible it would be to turn that into a game making system, but that could be what they are trying to do. I don't know if that's specifically what they're going to try to do, but what they are definitely doing is investing more in it as a platform, which is why Mojang is going to report directly to Asha Sharma rather than having that layer of middle management. Previously, I believe they had
It
reported.
would be so cool if they were to invest more tools into Minecraft like that and really compete against Roblox, because Roblox has been crushing it more so than them. But also Roblox is facing some pretty big backlash and turmoil because there's a lot of like predators on the damn platform. So people are not especially a fan of Roblox lately. So it's a good opportunity right here if they could, kind of tap into some of the magic that's making Roblox be wildly popular in Minecraft, because it already has like the basic premise there and a massive audience.
To Matt Booty, who then reported to Asha Sharma. Now they're cutting other people out of that equation, cutting the studio's chief out of that equation. Worth noting, by the way, Matt Booty is not mentioned in Asha Sharma's email today, although there are a couple other people mentioned. She mentions that a woman named Helen Chang, who actually ran Mojang for a while, is being promoted to the chief operating officer at Xbox and given a bunch of new responsibilities overseeing P&Ls, etc. Another thing that they're mentioning, oh, yeah, I mentioned, by the way, King is also going to report directly to Asha Sharma. Candy Crush, I think they also view as a platform that has its own kind of like potentials for for the future and future investment and whatnot. Again, I think that a lot of this is about investing more in the biggest platforms and the biggest franchises. One other thing I think is worth noting as part of this, and trust me, there will be more to say in the future as we see how this all unfolds, as more information comes out, as more reporting comes out, is that I'm going to read something. Asha Sharma writes in this memo, quote, "As Xbox grew our headcount, we became more fragmented. Teams, studios, and functions often operate independently, and it became harder to work towards a shared goal, make the right trade-offs, and get things done." Essentially, what happened under Phil Spencer is that the studios that were purchased, a lot of them became what was known as limited integration studios. In other words, they were given a lot of autonomy to make their own decisions, decide what projects they wanted to make. They still had to go through a greenlighting process with the rest of Xbox, but they got a lot of power to just kind of run their businesses in the way they saw fit. They didn't want to change their cultures. You buy a company like Double Fine, you buy it because you want what Double Fine does, not because you want to integrate Double Fine into some Xbox Borg and change its culture and whatnot. It looks like that is going to change. And part of what Asha Sharma is aiming for here is more centralization, less independent, less autonomy among studios, more kind of central businesses, more quote unquote accountability, more decisions that do have to go through the overall chain and ultimately lead up to Asha Sharma and her leadership team. And I suspect that that will lead to some a very different sort of Xbox. It remains to be seen, and we'll see in the coming months and years what that ultimately means for their ability to release hit games and make an organization that people want to work for. But that's what the new strategy is. One final thought: it's clear that something needed to change at Xbox. Xbox was not headed in the right direction. Xbox was a struggling business. It was not attaining the growth that it needs in order to succeed under a company like Microsoft. This is the big swing, the first of the big swings, the big reset, as Asha Sharma calls it. And I think no matter what you might see on the internet, whether it's people celebrating or doom and gloom, I think the actual reality here is we do not know how this is going to play out in the medium to long term future. We do not.
Yeah, the big issue here is that even with all these layoffs, like this just reduces the spending. This doesn't necessarily give them a solution to becoming profitable. And their problems with console sales right now are only looking more bleak with the component crisis. And they long since lost the console wars to PlayStation, it would seem, and they're not selling nearly as many as they are. And it's a problem. It's a big problem. So the part that's especially bleak about this is that they're doing these massive layoffs today, 1,600, and then presumably another 1,600 over the course of the next 12 months, which is crazy. So a ton of layoffs continues to happen. But even then, after all of that's done, like let's say we're at the end of that 12-month cycle, what is our position then? What is the thing that happens that makes them solvent, right? Like I have no clue what they're going to do and what their strategies are going to be, but it'll be a fascinating ride to see what they do because obviously they have tons of money, right? They literally have infinite money glitch and they have tons of valuable IPs and they're going to do whatever they can to try and, you know, navigate through this turbulent time, but their positioning is pretty terrible right now in a variety of different ways. And the layoffs is only going to make it much worse. On a positive note, though, for PlayStation, right? They've been getting so much heat now. They're like, PlayStation's like, oh, finally, people will leave us alone about the physical game media, right? PlayStation is celebrating today. They're popping champagne bottles like, yes, finally. It's been 5 days of them getting absolutely obliterated online, and we've covered those stories, so make sure you scroll on the channel and watch them. But PlayStation has just been getting destroyed left, right, and center. And, well, now everyone's going to talk about this for the next God knows how long, until the next big thing happens.
Not know what this is going to look like for Xbox's ability to make games and sell hardware and reach people and make players happy. I think that it would certainly they certainly could use some more hit games, and if it leads to that, I think players will eventually get to celebrate. But right now, we do not know. The only thing we do know is that a lot of people are losing their jobs. They're heading into a market that is extremely tumultuous and extremely difficult to find work in.
Yeah, how do you even find a job right now? Like, think about that. They just had 400 layoffs at Bungie, and if you've been working at Bungie for like some of them people were there for like 18 years at Bungie, like they worked on Halo and Destiny and everything, right? Even Marathon, which maybe that doesn't help your resume if you worked on Marathon, but you had this lengthy history working at Bungie. They can't find any jobs. You have all these layoffs from Xbox now, not to mention previous layoffs. Like the games industry as a whole is seeing a pretty big, pretty substantial downturn, and finding work right now is going to be disastrous. We recently watched a video of a guy who had been working at Bungie for many years, and he's like, he's done. He's like, I'm just going to start making videos now. He's started to become a content creator, and it's probably a good play to at least try to do something else because finding work right now is going to be pretty difficult, especially as we're kind of entering a new era. And I hate to be too doom and gloom or go down this slippery slope with AI again, but AI is getting more and more powerful in generative AI and these AI tools, and it will cut down on the number of jobs needed to produce a game. And it's going to make it even harder to find work in these spaces because you just don't need a team of 100, 1,000, or whatever it is to produce some big AAA title anymore. As these tools get more and more powerful, you'll need fewer and fewer people. And so finding work is only going to get exponentially more difficult in this particular industry due to the advancement of technology, in particular AI.
And it is going to be a really difficult time for 1,600 people today and another 1,600 over the coming months as we enter Microsoft's next fiscal year. So I guess I will ask one thing, which is that out there, just do have a little bit of empathy for the people who are losing their jobs and are entering a market where it has been very difficult to continue to find work in gaming, even as much as you might want to. All right, there will be more to come. Make sure you check out my work on Bloomberg and check out the previous video I did. I'll link that in the show notes if you want to see if you want to know more about how we got here and how Xbox got to this point. I will see you next time.
All right, there it is. That is a breakdown from Jason Schreier on the Xbox layoff situation. Pretty crazy stuff. And even more crazy is this is just the beginning of a 12-month continuous layoff cycle. Something that, have we ever even seen anything like this before? Has this ever happened? 12 consecutive months of layoffs? Like, this is so much worse than it just happening in one and done and it's over in an instant, right? Now, obviously with Bungie, we saw layoffs, multiple rounds of layoffs, but at least it was like, this is round one and it was done. And then round two and that was done. And then obviously round three was just the whole damn team. Everyone had to go pack up and leave for Destiny. And obviously round 4 of the layoffs is coming very soon for Marathon. I mean, let's be real, Marathon probably doesn't have much longer, especially in this game. In this current gaming climate, you guys want Marathon to thrive and succeed with like 2,000 players online right now? Like, come on. If PlayStation was smart, if they strategically wanted to announce the layoffs of Marathon and the Bungie becoming defunct, do so now when everyone's talking about Xbox. Okay, just be like, yeah, just slip that one under the radar a little bit. Marathon, every end is a new beginning. Yeah, everyone's laid off, right? Now would probably be the right time because it's obviously an inevitability, right? It's going to happen for Marathon. There's just no way the game comes back. But it would seem as though they've given them a contingency plan and they're going to give them a few more seasons to try and build an audience up for the game. And we'll see if they can pull it off. But for now, it ain't looking good. Let me know what you think about the situation down in the comment section below. And click on the screen here to watch another video from the channel. We'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Later. They have 2,000 players because everyone is easily influenced by hate farming. Well, if that's the case, then that means that hate farming a game kills the game no matter what. And I don't think you're going to find much evidence of that. It's kind of like the chicken and the egg situation, right? Where if a game, like which came first, the hate or the game's poor performance, Like which one came first? And it's okay to feel the way you do, right? It's okay to feel that, the hate farming is really what's killing Marathon, perhaps. I mean, maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. But the end result is still the same, right? People trying to diagnose what exactly went wrong with Marathon is a really interesting conversation. It's a really interesting conversation. I was just scrolling the other day. I unsubscribed to my channel, but I created a channel called Marathon with Lucky 10p. And I was like, damn, I should revive this channel. We were so hopeful and so optimistic when we very first saw Marathon. But day by day, we saw the mismanagement of Bungie. We saw some pretty horrible decision making. And overall, it just, they just ran it into the ground, If hating a game killed the game, then games like CSGO would probably not be around. Like, people hate on CSGO all the time for their loot boxes and whatever. So it's like the skins. I don't think the hate is killing Marathon. I think that Marathon just doesn't have the appeal that maybe some people want it to. But it's okay. Yeah, but it's okay if you feel differently, I would not play Marathon even if it was a free game. Yeah. It's just not fun for most people. Yeah. And to be fair, like I said, there's a lot of factors. Marathon's timing is pretty bad, unfortunately for them. If they had come out before Arc Raiders, that would have helped. If they had come out maybe 5 years ago, that would have really helped. I mean, I know it's not possible. And then you have other conversations like maybe if Bungie just focused on Destiny, then Destiny wouldn't be dead. So that would have been nice. So fortunately, the conversations are pretty diverse around that topic. But I don't think that Marathon died because of the hate. I think that the hate was warranted because people didn't enjoy Bungie and were frustrated with Destiny 2 and also frustrated with some of the creative decisions for Marathon. They find it to be a game that's just a little too weird, a little too, you know what I'm saying? Like they went a little too far on the weird scale. And they made a game that just isn't appealing. Show Off with the tier 1 in 8 months. Sorry, I missed that sub, but thank you, Show Off. W's in the chat for Show Off. We're in a climate where there's never any going back from an error. Right now, yeah. It's very, very difficult to recover from errors, right? We saw like Cyberpunk and No Man's Sky, but we haven't seen too many games launch horribly and then recover in recent years, No Man's Sky and Cyberpunk recovered years ago. What years did No Man's Sky recover from its disastrous launch? Like, what was the definitive year where it was like a successful game? And then the same thing for Cyberpunk. What year did it really make that comeback? So, No Man's Sky was 2016 was the launch, and 2018 was the turning point, and 2019 to 2020. So yeah, for No Man's Sky it was 2018, and for Cyberpunk it was 2023. So, not too long ago, Cyberpunk did pull it off. Someone said, right, so the human beings working still in Bungie get to be laid off as well, even though their work is good and getting better. I think that their work is... Here's the thing, is Bungie's work good? Is Bungie's work getting better? It's hard to say. But ultimately, their work just doesn't have mass appeal, So it's an interesting element about, like, you could paint a beautiful painting. Like, anyone in here could paint a beautiful painting. But if no one likes it, is it, what I'm saying? It might be beautiful to you, might be beautiful to your mom, Like, if I paint a painting, my mom might say, I love it, son. But if I showed it to you, the viewers, you'd be like, are you brain dead? Like, what the hell? That's the worst painting I've ever seen. I have no artistic capability. So... Unfortunately, Marathon is a game that only a mother could love. And it doesn't have the mass appeal. It just doesn't have it. I mean, you can break it down to a variety of different factors and reasons, but it does not have mass appeal. It just doesn't. And will it be able to pull that off? Maybe. I mean, it would be awesome if it did, especially in the current climate. This would be like a true Rocky story if Marathon brought it back from the depths of fucking hell and came up and rose up against the odds. That would be the comeback of the century. Dude, that would be crazy. I would actually love to see that, just because that would be so unfathomably impossible. Like, it would be like, I don't even know. What is the most impossible thing that could impossibly ever happen, right? It would be like Daru's making it to the lighthouse. It would be like Daru's having a positive KD after a single Crucible match. Like, these are things that could just never happen under any circumstances. The Division 2 has improved throughout the years. I'm looking forward to the Division 3. The problem is that the Division 2 has maybe room to improve because there's 5 devs working on it. 5 people. And Bungie has 400 plus working on Marathon, if not 500 right now, because of the recent layoffs. There's just no way that Bungie claws out of the hole that Marathon does. I know. There's absolutely no way, in my opinion. We can't prove it, though, I guess, but God, that's a fucking crazy bet, dude. Saying never is the reason we'll never. I mean, I could say never. I mean, I could just say anything. I could say that CS:GO is going to die tomorrow. It doesn't do anything. CS:GO is going to die tomorrow. CS:GO is the worst game. No one play it. Million people online right now. Million people online tomorrow. In any given hour on Steam. It's like it doesn't do anything. Like it's just words. No one play Minecraft. What's that gonna do? Bungie is done for now, yeah. Unfortunately, Bungie is done, and it sucks because I really, really loved Halo and I really loved Destiny. And it's sad to see a company so prestigious go down, you know what I'm saying? It's sad. You kind of think there's a certain level of like untouchability for certain studios and certain IPs, but unfortunately, Destiny got the axe, and Bungie is probably cooked. They gambled on Marathon, and unfortunately, Marathon was a loser. Like, here's the thing. I'll give you a good example. Microsoft bought Minecraft, right? Like, let's buy this Minecraft thing. $2.5 billion. At the time, people were like, that's an insane amount of money. People were like, what the fuck? $2.5 billion? Excuse me? That could have been a terrible, terrible outcome. Do you understand that? There could have been some Minecraft clone that came out free to play a month later, soaked up all the audience and all the players, and then that $2.5 billion investment was a flop. A flop, right? That wasn't the outcome, though. They gambled and won. They bought Minecraft and it made $10 billion. They made their money back 4x. They 4x their money. That's crazy. You know, Sony bought Destiny for $3.6 billion, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. Destiny was purchased for $1 billion more than Minecraft. Wow. Now maybe if you factor in inflation, you know, because the years were different, maybe it's about the same. But Destiny and Minecraft were at this level when they were purchased. That's crazy. So sure, but when influencers all bail because they aren't getting paid, we know their true allegiance, money. Do these influencers really like any game? Here's the interesting part about influencers is that you actually have to understand that an influencer is not the same thing as a player of the game anymore. And it's not in a disingenuous way. It's that their fun is derived from the chat and the community and the experience of playing that game. Like right now, I could play the stupidest game ever. You know, I could play Daru's Simulator, right? The worst game ever. But if the chat is just screaming and laughing and everyone's having a good time, I'll play that game all day. You know what I'm saying? Like the input from the community is like very consequential to what the streamer plays and how they interact with the content. You know, if you go and play Marathon, you know, yeah, if the chat just says this game's ass, fuck this game killed Destiny 2, that's definitely, you know what I'm saying, that drives the streamers away at least, which does, you know, it does have some consequences. Queso plays what he wants, but notice that Queso plays games that his chats have fun watching, right? Queso doesn't actually play whatever he wants because because you don't see Queso play Marathon, right? He doesn't like if Queso played Marathon, what would the chat say? It might be funny for like the first hour or two, but like 5 hours in, people would be like, get the fuck off this game, right? People would be like, huh? Like it would turn against him, just like it did with Peanut, right? Peanut was having fun playing Marathon, or at least he was like open to it, right? I don't know how much, like when you play a new game, like it's hard to not have fun playing a new game because it's just a new game. Like it's just new. You're just like interested. Like what do these devs think about video games, or what do these devs like, or what do they think is going to be funny, or what is the, you know, the core loop going to be, right? Like it's hard not to have fun playing a brand new game, but you know, eventually the chat and the community caught up with him and stopped playing, you know? And it does, like, it's a contributing factor. The Hate 2 Marathon is a contributing factor to its death, but I don't think it's the the full factor in and of itself. And I do think that the hate comes from a particular place, and that place is rooted in something that is maybe true, even if unfair, right? It's true, but if even if it's unfair, which is maybe the culture of Bungie changing over time, which is maybe people really not enjoying particular integrations of certain ideas and culture and ideologies into video games, right? Even if it's unfair, there is a kernel of truth to it, and it's unfortunate that it got that way, right? You see it a lot with a lot of stuff these days. I can't believe people farmed Peanut when he said let them cook. He doesn't want to play COD 99, still got farmed. Yeah, it's actually a really valid thing for him to be annoyed with the continuation of the same IP, right? Like, I think that there's an element of like, it's fun to see more creative projects and people try new things. It absolutely is. Like, I don't know that we need to just, play. I mean, I guess like 30 years from now, we'll still be playing Minecraft, I'm sure, because Minecraft is just not going anywhere. And like, I don't know that anyone's going to kill it. The games industry does seem to be a game space. Like Tim Sweeney said this recently, the CEO of Fortnite and the owner of Unreal Engine, right? Tim Sweeney said that the games industry is more like the winner takes all. So you see that in a lot of different cases, right? The winner takes all. The best game in any given genre takes it all. You eventually the word of mouth spreads, and the social aspect of the game, the cool place to be, is established in that space, and that's where it's at. If you enjoy this style of game, that's where you go. You saw that effect for Arc Raiders for a while. I mean, it kind of fizzled out now, but Arc Raiders was the cool extraction shooter. It was the cool place to be. It was where all the streamers were. It was winner takes all. You play Arc Raiders, and that's it. Like, you don't need to play another extraction shooter. I went around in Arc Raiders before Marathon came out as a funny skit and a little bit that we did a few clips on, and I just asked Arc Raiders players. I said, "Hey, what do you got? You guys hear about Marathon?" Nope. Like, they're like, "No, what's that?" Or if they did know, they're like, "Yeah, I just don't want to play another game. I'd like a career. Like, I don't have time for that, And so the Arc Raiders players were not interested in Marathon. And so that's partly due to timing, right? The Marathon coming out after Arc Raiders. They had a whole deadline. The Bungie had a strategic plan to launch Marathon before Arc Raiders, and they were going to execute that plan at all costs. And that was the right plan. That was absolutely the right plan. We can all agree, looking back now, right? It's obvious that was the right plan. Unfortunately, the art theft scandal happened, and that cooked them so bad, because then Arc Raiders comes out. Oh man, we would probably be in a completely different timeline if it wasn't for that. Now people are starting to hate farm Arc as well. Arc Raiders is falling apart for sure. Arc Raiders is falling apart. And, whether it's hate or whether it's just criticism or people just trying to figure out what's going wrong with these live service games, there's a lot of different ways to approach it. Wouldn't Arc Raiders still have come out, though? Arc Raiders would have still come out, but Marathon would have come out first. And it doesn't necessarily mean that Marathon would guaranteed be a success, but it would give Marathon a better chance to be the first extraction shooter on console. And, it just would have given it a better chance because it doesn't have to compete against Arc Raiders, right? And unfortunately, it didn't happen, though. I understand why it's so hard for Marathon fans to accept what their game is not. Wake up. Well, the problem is there's people that criticize Marathon. There's a spectrum, right? There's people that criticize Marathon and they say, well, I don't like the art style. I don't like extraction shooters. They criticize particular elements of it, right? And that's fine. And then there's people that just, on the other side of that spectrum that are just like, this game is trash. This game is worse than, fucking Concord, right? And you're allowed to say whatever you want, right? Freedom of speech, but I don't necessarily place too much validity in people saying that arc raiders or that marathon is worse than Concord. Like that's crazy to me. But people are gonna say that, and I would put that in the category of just like hating the game, or maybe just hating Bungie, or hating the studio because the studio has like particular ideologies and things like that. So it's like people. Unfortunately, there's a big culture war that's happening as well. That's kind of in tandem, where people are targeting cultures and ideologies that they don't like. And unfortunately, Bungie put themselves in the crosshairs of a big group of people that are very, very, very unhappy with woke ideologies in video games, I guess. So even though Marathon is like not even the most woke game, right? If you were to create a category of woke games, Marathon is really not like super woke style game in terms of just looking at the game itself. Maybe some things, right? Maybe some things you'd be like, hey, what's that about? But generally it's like, looking at the game. But the studio, of course, yeah, they are. And someone says, yeah, Marathon is Concord. I mean, I think that Marathon is a much better game than Concord, but we're more than welcome to feel that way if you do. Calling everything hate is crazy. Yeah, not every criticism is hate on Marathon. There is plenty of fair criticism of Marathon, and it's important to differentiate between the two. Which in the end has manipulated others to go down the easier path of just not playing it. Well, here's the thing: is that sometimes all publicity can be good publicity, right? We've seen many people take bad publicity and turn it around. So, I mean, Cyberpunk had absolutely horrific publicity about its disastrous launch, and it turned it around. So it's to say that because the hate is bad and that drives everyone away, it's like it's not really. I don't really think people care that much. Like people will play like the games they want to play if they're fun. Really. I mean, GTA has been like the most controversial game forever. Like there's like prostitutes in the game and shit. And you're like committing crimes and like shooting people in the streets. It's like, but people love that game. People love that game. It's the most anticipated game of all time. Like GTA is like for sure super controversial. And a lot of people hate GTA. It's so hated that it is banned in countries. They ban the fucking game in countries. But it doesn't have this adverse effect, and then everyone's like, oh, I can't play that game. It has the opposite effect, bro. So to say that because Marathon gets hate, it therefore is dead, I don't think you have any evidence to really support that as much, because people literally do not care. Gamers will play a game that they like if they like it. Do you have predictions for the Bungie Day login numbers? I have no clue. Hopefully it's good, though. When I stopped listening to hate and actually played the game, I was surprised at how much I'm loving Season 2. Not perfect, but on the right track, in my honest opinion. And you know what I'm saying? That's great. It's like, that's your anecdotal experience, right? So you, as an individual, read online some hate, some harassment or whatever, or disinterest in Marathon, and then you played it, and then your experience was different, right? And so that means that, that also is by definition kind of advocate what we're saying. Like many people can, like the game was free to play for an entire week. Like the whole world could have played it. It was advertised on PlayStation State of Play that it was free to play. Like you don't get a bigger microphone than that, right? You don't get a bigger shout out than that. The whole world could play Marathon for free, and those that were even remotely interested did, and they're not staying around, right? So it's like you can like something that's just like niche or unpopular, and that's okay. But I feel like there's an element of some people liking something that's unpopular, but then screaming that needs to be more popular. Like more people need to appreciate this thing. And it's an unfortunate thing when you like something that's unpopular. I'm there because I like jiu-jitsu. I don't have my black belt hanging up anymore because I had to take it to class, but I'm a black belt in jiu-jitsu. I love jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu is wildly unpopular compared to other sports, like people were just watching the World Cup. There's probably like 4,000 times more people watching the World Cup than people that watch the Jiu-Jitsu World Championships. Literally the people that watch the Jiu-Jitsu World Championships, you'll look into the crowd and it will just be empty. Like, you will go to the Jiu-Jitsu World Championships, which is the same thing as the World Cup, and the crowd will be like, there'll be the world's best black belt, and it'll be his mom in the crowd cheering for him by herself. And I'm like, he is the best black belt in the entire world. No one gives a shit about him. You know what I'm saying? But I like jiu-jitsu even still. I still like it even if it is wildly unpopular, especially compared to the World Cup, right? Or soccer, right? It's like the comparison is crazy. You know what I'm saying? The World Cup is like Roblox or Minecraft, and jiu-jitsu is like, I guess, marathon, you know, like in comparison to the popularity. But I still like the thing because I just like jiu-jitsu. Like, I don't like it because of popularity. I just like it because I actually like it for what it is. You know what I'm saying? And so, are we going to see Lucky at CJI3? Yeah, that'd be great. Would you be able to watch the old Bungie footage and give the person a shout out that had it archived? It was deleted by Marty. They still had it. Maybe. No, because Jiu-Jitsu won't shut down. I guess Jiu-Jitsu won't shut down, but Marathon might. Yeah, I guess that's a fair criticism. Yeah, we got some new stream drops. At least you're not calling us haters for not going to the tournament. Yeah, you guys are all a bunch of jiu-jitsu haters. You guys don't train jiu-jitsu? And there's jiu-jitsu in every city in America, there's a jiu-jitsu gym. And you guys aren't training there? Bunch of haters, dude. What the hell? What the hell? Crazy. Great matches recently, yeah. That's the difference. Like, I don't think you're a jiu-jitsu hater. It's just not for you, right? And I'm okay with that. You know what I'm saying? And in fact, for me, I'm okay with jiu-jitsu being more niche, right? Because the worst thing that could ever happen is that if jiu-jitsu did get more popular, like if someone like Daru started to train it, then I would have to potentially hang out with him or talk to him about jiu-jitsu, and that would kind of like ruin it for me. So I'm kind of wanting it to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm okay with it staying niche. Like, it's fine by me. I'm okay with that. All right, let's see where we're at with the news here. Despite today's layoffs and major restructuring, Xbox says its announced games are still safe. In a memo to employees, Xbox Asher Sharma said none of our first-party publicly announced games or projects are being canceled as part of these reductions. Nice. I didn't even type in the chat. Do you just slander me all the time? Yes. Nintendo has announced updated versions of several Switch products for Europe to meet new EU rules requiring user replace batteries. Oh, shit. Oh, damn. Some battery changes in the Nintendo Switch? Dude, these layoffs are crazy. The EU saving gaming again? Yeah, EU, they've passed some very good legislation towards gaming. They've helped in a big way. They've absolutely helped. They're the ones that got iPhone off of their stupid fucking lightning bullshit. Did you see that? I was just reading about this. The USB-C port in your iPhone was because of the EU. Shout out to EU. That was some bullshit. Fuck the lightning cable. USB-C all day. Batteries have to be accessible over there. Not nice. All right. We're going to cover this marathon news. Since we're chirping about marathon, we're going to cover it in detail here. Marathon players are crashing out because the end is near. We got r/marathon. I hopped on over here just to see what they were talking about. What's going on over here? You know, deep behind enemy lines, right? Whenever I have to browse or play marathon, I got to put on a disguise. Yep. Hello there. Lucky 11p here, a new streamer. Just trying to check out this marathon thing. So yeah, you got marathon is not going to die, and here's why. The post was deleted by the person who originally posted it. That goes down. We got Steam DB daily active users ranking is no longer accurate. Oh no. So now we got people trying to say that, yeah, look, stop staring at the Steam charts. Stop it. They're not accurate. I know it's terrible, but that's not the truth of the situation. TLDR, SteamDB daily active user rankings have not been accurate since May 11th. Oh, really? They just mysteriously broke starting on May 11th and can no longer be trusted as accurate. I'll be informing SteamDB of this as well. But this issue is on Valve's end, not theirs. Wow. I realize that this is a SteamDB post. Hopefully this falls under, quote, actually well-researched and valuable information. Really, if this is accurate, this would be interesting. I can't help but feel like this is them crashing out because the charts are so bad. And we'll be allowed to stay here because it seems like people have not realized something has broken with the daily active user rankings on SteamDB. Well, you know what's funny about that? If you go search up Destiny 2, it's actually accurate. There's a ton of people online. Funny how that is. Weird. And then you can actually use a third-party site. Which is Popularity Report, and you can actually compare and contrast the SteamDB numbers to the actual API of the game, and you can see the accuracy here. Interesting. Well, let's see what they have to say. And here, if you select daily active users in the dropdown, if mods disagree, feel free to delete, and I'll repost in the mega thread, but this seemed broadly interesting to me, and given how much SteamDB numbers are talked about in relation to Marathon, one such number being literally broken seemed relevant to this subreddit. So what is he referencing here? The SteamPowered.com charts most played. So when you click on this, I don't even see Marathon on this list. Arc Raiders is at number 55. That's what I'm saying. Destiny 2 is number 25 still, even a month after the update.
This is amazing.
Love to see it. Marathon isn't even on this list. What are we even saying? I first noticed something was wrong when Marathon Season 2 released along with Free Week, and it remained unchanged in the daily active users ranking. I first noticed something wrong when Season 2 launched and just no one was playing. I couldn't figure out what it was. And then I realized Steam has to be broken because obviously people are playing Marathon. Is like the most obvious example of confirmation bias. I then noticed that while it occasionally moves between 150 to 155-ish, its position relative to the games around it, notably Destiny and Tarkov, have remained unchanged. They are always in exactly the same relative position with each other for a couple months-ish. You can also notice weird things like Zenless Zone Zero being ranked number 2,745 seems unlikely, and Gothic Remake not even having a ranking. There are many such bizarre things if you look especially at recently released games and at games released around May 11th. Far Far West is a good example, allegedly at rank number 36 with a 24-hour peak of merely 3,000 players. But on May 11th, it had recently released and had 27,509 concurrents. Oh man, who's going to tell him? Who's going to tell this guy? Like, if you think Steam charts were bugged for a day, that's one thing, but you think they're just continuously bugged every day since the launch of the new season? Like, in actuality, Marathon is just crushing it on the Steam charts. Anyways, I did some digging into what API endpoint is actually powering SteamDB's chart. I eventually tracked it down to this URL. All right, the API is Steam powered. Oh wow, we're doing some deep diving here. Encoded in there is a sort of 30-second or 30 is the identifier for the type of sort. In this case, the same type that SteamDB is using to power the daily active users ranking. You'll see the same top 20 in that JSON response you see on SteamDB. And if you change the 0 after to a 140, you'll see games 140 to 160, which will include Marathon at spot 152. This is an undocumented API. I just had a trial and error sorts 0 through 30 until I found this, which also means there's almost certainly no guarantee that these will always be stable contracts or keep working. Oh, man. Now, here's the interesting thing. There's also an API endpoint that powers this page on Steam. All right, most played. And first, you might notice that this ranking is quite different than what you see on SteamDB. This page is powered by the following API. If you hit that link, you'll notice that this is the same ordering you see on Daily Active Users page on Steam itself. But perhaps more interesting, note the first field in the JSON response role update, which is a bunch of numbers. That's a Unix timestamp responding to May 11th, which just happened to match my quote around 2 months estimate of when the SteamDB charts stopped working. Dude, I hate when that happens. The SteamDB charts just completely stopped working on the launch day of Marathon Season 2. How unfortunate. What a coincidence. What an unfortunate coincidence. Because if they were working, obviously everyone knows that everyone's playing Marathon right now. Like, clearly this game is just crushing it. Like, come on, guys. There's no way that it has 2,000 people online during its low points. Surely not. This is rigged. It's just the whole Steam website is broken. And the only people that were noticing it out of the hundreds of millions of people that log into Steam every day, the only people that noticed it were the, 400 people playing Marathon on r/marathon. So that Steam page, not SteamDB, daily active users list is for sure from May 11th and has stopped updating. SteamDB itself is powered by a different undocumented endpoint that incidentally allows seeing more than the top 100 games, presumably why they used it. The endpoints are no longer in sync, and clearly something was changed on May 11th to make the data no longer valid. Oh, it's an inside job. Gabe Newell he's staging a coup against Bungie to shut down Marathon, dude. I like this. This is some deep conspiracy theory. Who would do this to Marathon and why? Since it's not publicly documented, they may have just decided to let that sort equals 30 endpoint break in such a way that it behaves somewhat non-deterministically, but it isn't literally fixed in time to May 11th like the other endpoint is. So whether this is unintentional or intentional on Valve's part is unclear. They're intentionally trying to go after you, Marathon. But the API responses and daily active user rankings on both SteamDB are no longer accurate since May 11th. Apologies for the wall of text, but given the emotions around Steam numbers, I figured receipts were necessary to make it clear this isn't an agenda-driven opinion. just an observation that something is broken and the investigation to show it's more than just a hunch. Oof. Oh man, this guy looked at the Steam charts and was like, no, it can't be my favorite game. It has way more people. The mods say, while we don't normally allow discussions specifically pertaining to player counts, meaning they censor everyone that talks about player counts, and anytime you post SteamDB, it's like auto flagged as harassment. This is extremely well researched and serves more as a general PSA, so I've opted to approve it. Oh man, they're approving the conspiracy theories now. They've lost it, dude. They've completely lost it over there on r/marathon. All right, the comments are just a bunch of people saying, yeah, the number for the concurrence. Yeah, dude, the numbers for concurrence are definitely accurate. Like, what do you say? Oh, man. I don't have the time, the energy, or the effort to look into all the details of this and compare and contrast all the different Steam numbers. But if there was a bugged issue that had been going on for 2 consecutive months, I think we'd know about it by now. Not just from Marathon's numbers, but from the entire site, right? Steam is the most popular gaming platform in the world. I don't think that they're broken or busted in their API. And just because the numbers for your favorite game aren't holding up doesn't mean that the that Gabe Newell is trying to crush your game. It's not some crazy conspiracy theory, guys. You've lost your sanity here. This is what r/marathon looks like right now. They've got jokes. This is the most stressful game I've ever played because it can die at any time. Oh no. Oh no. They're losing it, dude. 15 hours ago, this community plays this game like an arena shooter, not an exfil shooter. The game is bleeding players, and it's 100% because of the sweaty people doing nothing but traversing the map for PvP. Ah, how dare you! Running around trying to play the map PvP in the PvP game. Gold shielded people hunting down blue shielded people when there's vaults and panop and so much other stuff to do is just lame. Quote, this game is just hard. Okay, well, keep that cope up when the game doesn't get a 4th season. This is one of the top voted posts right now. Oh my God. The witness was right, dude. We have to end this timeline. This is so ridiculous. This is insane. Imagine roasting people for playing the PvP game as intended, and everyone agrees with you. Like, this community is so cooked. Another post the same day. If you're thinking about taking a break from Marathon, take a break from this subreddit first. That might actually be the best thing. The complaining is at times valid, but after a certain point, it just sours everything. The game's not perfect by any means, but the foundation of it's great. If you're truly not enjoying your time, check back in for season 3. Don't wait that long. Don't wait that it might not be there, okay? It might not be there, just saying. Even the Bungie devs themselves are crashing out. The quote from them says, I'm just going to keep fucking pushing. Marathon devs vow to keep improving Bungie's brilliant extraction shooter. It's rough over here on r/marathon. They're going through it, man. They're going through it. Pour one out for the homies. God damn. They're going to witness their game die, and it's going to hurt, unfortunately. Oh God, I don't even want to read the replies of this one. 1 month into season 2, how do we feel so far? Yeah, there's a lot of criticisms. It's brutal for Marathon right now. Obviously, the population is doing pretty bad, and a lot of people are wondering, is this game going to get the axe? And you know, let me know what you think about it down in the comment section below. All right, there it is. That's our daily dose of marathon for the day. That salt. And there will be no D2 to come back to. Rip. Rip. Big rip. All right. Let's see where we're at with the news here. I saw Baconator on the Dreaming City last night roaming around. Nice. Shout out to the OG Baconator. It's awesome. Is that a burger? What's a burger? We got here. Ex-Bungie communications manager Liana Rupert has detailed what it was like working for them during the crafting. The most stressful time I could imagine for Bungie, the most fun time for us, the Destiny 2 players. Do you remember this? When weapons were one-hit killing everything? The Crucible was ruined, or, I mean, it was fun. So ruined is an interesting way to put it. But everything was just getting completely mowed over. It was a crazy time. The crafting, God, that was so cool. We need to bring that back. We should have like a special crafting event that happens. They go on to say here, I remember working for almost 48 hours straight. Doing what? 48 hours straight? Goddamn. During the crafting bug in Destiny 2 and pushing hard to do comms about it. When the team agreed, we all looked at the info like, quote, nobody is going to under half of this. And that ended up being true. But the positive comments in response and the community turning it into a fun culture moment was a highlight. One of the games I'm working on with Alchemy Labs had a similar bug, and we've got comms going out next week about it. And I have that same excitement I did then of such a fun and authentic look behind the curtain. Game dev is so fucking complicated and messy and beautiful. Moments like these that I'm grateful to do and what I do and support the devs in doing what they do, make magical experiences. Dang. 48 hours straight? What do you guys think about that? She was a communications manager. What was she doing for 40? I mean, hey, I don't know. Communicating? 48 hours straight is kind of crazy. Someone said, sounds like they were riding the clock ways. Hey, look, I don't know. I have no clue what was going on there. I would love to know what the details of those 48 hours looked like. What do you do as the communications manager for 48 consecutive hours? I can imagine like the QA team doing a bunch of stuff. Like they got to go in and like test this bug, test that, right? Like the game is literally in its most broken state ever. And they're obviously trying to get ahead of it and fix it. They don't want it to lead to other things being broken or maybe have to do another one of those. Do you remember when they had to rewind the clocks in Destiny? That was crazy. Tuesday reset happened, and then a bunch of people didn't have their currency in game, like it was missing. So a few hours went in, and I was doing a bunch of like nightfalls, I think, and they said we're rewinding the clocks, so the game shuts down, and everything you had done from the reset until that point was just gone, wiped, and they reset your account back to the point in time when the reset happened. So that was very weird, very bizarre time. They had to do that twice before. And you can understand that, people in the game do not like that. Like that is not going to win any fans over. So it's like worst case. That's like the worst thing that could possibly happen is rewinding the clocks in a game like this, right? A looter shooter game. So I imagine they're trying to avoid that as much as possible, especially after so much time goes on, right? Each time they had to reset the clock in Destiny 2, it was usually like a few hours after reset. So you lost like a few hours of time versus losing like, imagine if you lost like a week of progress, like 1 week went by. That would be catastrophically bad. People would be super annoyed. And then you'd have to go through and maybe like implement like, I don't know, you have to give people some compensation. Here's some free silver for your troubles or some free, I don't know, legendary shards. And speaking of game breaking glitches, we have the Destiny 2 team here posting just an hour ago saying small patch note preview for tomorrow. So Tuesday's the last patch. That's it. And then we're raw dogging it after that point. Fix an issue where players could use divinity to deal damage to Insurrection Prime outside the standard damage phase. No! I love this glitch. Should have just left it. No, it was the best spoil farm. As a result of this fix, divinity and any damage applied to its cage will not deal damage to Insurrection Prime at any point in the encounter. God, you just straight nerfed, like you just can't use the div at all in this encounter? Undivable? The only person celebrating this right now is Salta Grappo. In other words, do not use divinity. Insurrection Prime's fallen tech has been updated to circumvent this exotic weapon. Our condolences to every player that now needs to learn the encounter mechanics. They're straight roasting everyone. That's funny. That's funny. Oh, no. They just gave up. They stopped caring. They said, fuck it. We'll roast you. We don't care. We're out of a job anyways. What are you going to do? Fire us? What are you going to do? Huh? Ooh, you're going to write a little mean tweet at the end? Ooh, give a fuck. We're gone, dude. We're out of here. That's funny. I like that, though. That's funny. What do you think about the situation? Big patch, big update coming to Destiny 2. Crazy stuff, huh? What if they just completely disable everything as they're pissed? I mean, you can't just disable everything. Let's be real. That's not even an option. All right. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Div gets full disabled. I think that's what's going to happen with a lot of things in the future is they're just going to disable the thing. Like if there's no devs to fix things, then there's no like they can't do the proper testing to see what happens after the patch gets pushed. So the only solution at that point is to just disable it. Like that's just the future of Destiny now. Is just things just get disabled. So if there's anything broken like 2 months from now, they'll take someone from the marathon team. They'll say go over there and just click the button and disable this thing. I kind of wish that Bungie had that sense of humor the whole time. Apologies to those that now have to learn the mechanics. That's fucking funny. They needed to have that sort of roast energy the whole time. That is really funny. I feel like that's like such good personality, you know? It makes Bungie seem like they got a personality. Like they're, you know, they can tell a joke. And people will get offended, right? People will respond to that. Let's see what people even said. I'm sure there's people crying. Forcing people to learn a 3-letter alphabet is unacceptable. Titans can't even count to 3, much less memorize 3 letters. Insurrection Prime tomorrow. He's already what? Adapted to divinity. Yeah, CAP or ACP, what team are you on, chat? Cap gang, rise up. These replies are awesome, dude. Got Dado, condolences to players who have to learn the counter holy base. Fallout shamelessly promoting his guide in the replies. That's wild. This guy says, no. Destiny 2 team says, yes. We found that LFG groups and Fire team listings have been inundated with requirements to replicate this issue, and many players have been kicked for not playing the correct subclass or for not having the correct exotic ready. While the loss of divinity as a tool in the single encounter is rough, there are numerous ways to weaken the boss to increase damage. Confident players will still be able to topple the boss moving forward. Do not sympathize the people who can't learn the cap mechanics. Back in my day, cap was and still is a way of life. Also, love the fact that you guys put encounters 3 and 4 together for Instruction Prime. It really makes it more interesting and involved. Apparently, this chat doesn't do any raids. No one in the chat typed CAP or ACP. So it's just, I quite like the spice in the tweets. Awesome. All right, I'll be right back, chat. I gotta go to the bathroom, and then the news continues. BRB. All right, and we're back. Had some peanut butter, and now I'm feeling good. Yeah, we had some. Yeah, I got my music playlist is synthwave music. Synthwave. Oh. What's that cube behind you called? That cube behind me is called a cube. That? Cube. Buy it. Use code Lucky10p. It's pretty cool, huh? It lights up. It's got like you can't exactly see it, but it's got like an optical illusion effect to it. So it kind of looks like when you look into it, it's got like mirrors, so it looks like it's going like infinitely down. Looks crazy. It's like a Vex thing. Some Vex architecture or something. Very cool, yes. All right, what other news is there in regards to Xbox and stuff? Crazy stuff. Was that it? Was that the tweet? They just dropped that email and that's the wrap? Did PlayStation say anything yet? We've been waiting for PlayStation to say something. They're going to get absolutely jumped when they do. Check PlayStation. The last thing they tweeted out was on July 1st. They have said nothing since. PlayStation has decided to completely abandon all social media after their most recent post. They announced that physical discs were ending for new games, And in this article, it had a bunch of misinformation, things that have been corrected. They tried to say that 85% of game sales were digital. That's not true. That's very skewed information. And it's been getting exposed on r/PlayStation, and then the mods of that are censoring it. So they decided they're just not saying anything. Like, hey, look, we ain't saying nothing. And now Xbox has just announced that they're doing their mass layoffs. So now the news is this is all the news right now. This came out how many hours ago? 4 hours ago this came out. It already has 7.2 million views. This thing's probably going to hit like 30 million views. 57,000 likes. My God. So is it safe for PlayStation to crawl out of its cave now and start tweeting again? Is it safe for them to start talking? We'll find out. All we do know is that the next thing they say, they're going to get absolutely jumped in the replies. Yes, I posted this last night. It says how we are all waiting for them to post again. This Twitter. It's Aldrin waiting. This got 1,000 likes, dude. Everyone's just waiting for their next move. Go ahead, say something. And you know what's funny is that it's not just the larger gaming sphere that's mad at PlayStation for their decision to end physical games. It's also us, the Destiny players, that are like, hey, you killed Destiny 2 and now there's no Destiny 3? Like, what the hell? This is messed up. So we got it even worse. Okay. We lost our favorite game and we're losing physical games now. Oops. I think Dwayne's sleep schedule has him waking up at like 5 p.m. Yeah. Yeah, Dwayne's sleep schedule is pretty crazy. All right, we're covering this one. We talked about this briefly earlier, but this is a news story for sure. The EU is back saving gaming once again, and you absolutely love to see it. Nintendo has announced updated versions of several Switch products for Europe to meet new EU rules requiring user replaceable batteries. So, if I'm understanding the gist of this, currently you can't replace the batteries in your Nintendo Switch, right? Or your Switch 2. And that means you just have to go get a whole new one. So now you're going to have the option to replace them. So that way you don't just have to go buy a whole new console when it breaks. Nintendo Switch 2 battery changes from 5,200 mAh, whatever that is, electrons, we'll say, to 5,172 console to be about 10 grams heavier. The Joy-Con 2, same battery capacity, but each controller will be about 2 grams heavier. Milliamps. Oh, got you. Milliamps, yes. Switch Pro 2 controller battery changes from 1,000 milliamps to 897. Okay. And then the updated versions of the original Joy-Con, Nintendo 64, and GameCube controllers are also coming with user replaceable batteries. Nice. Someone said, I don't get why people are complaining. This is a good thing for consumers. And while the batteries on all Nintendo products suck, at least now you can replace them with third-party ones that will be better. Nice. What do you think? Good change? Seems like it. Good change, yeah. The EU, dude. The EU, they got our back. Bethesda is being restructured as part of today's Xbox overall. Oh man. This is big. Bethesda is being restructured as part of today's major Xbox overhaul. Going forward, Bethesda will focus on its biggest franchises. So Fallout, new Fallout game coming out. Hey. The Elder Scrolls, Doom, Quake, Wolfenstein. Nice. The report says Microsoft wants Bethesda to focus on its strongest series as it resets Xbox's gaming business. So basically, doubling down on the things that are proven models versus investing in the new thing that is unproven and could be extremely volatile. Bungie could never, right? Imagine putting all your eggs in the basket of Marathon when you have the proven success model of Destiny 2. I feel like this entire Xbox restructuring has even more confirmed my opinions and feelings about Bungie and their mismanagement of Destiny because all they did was identify all of the issues with their budget and they've reduced everything. Like they basically had 14 layers of management and they've reduced it down to 3. That's what Xbox is doing. I can imagine there's similar problems at Bungie. And the game goes forward. Like all these games are still going forward. Like the most iconic IPs, like you can't kill off these games. Like what the fuck? These games are crazy successful. And yet you can kill off Destiny? Excuse me? Like we could handle losing Marathon. Let's be real. Marathon, it just got here. It can go. But Destiny leaving is insane. Destiny leaving would be the equivalent of Bethesda getting rid of Fallout. Like, it would be like, what are you doing? What do you mean? Xbox CEO Asher Sharma told employees the goal is to, quote, focus on what matters most and build more strong. So, yep. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Crazy times, man. Crazy times. Is State of Decay 3 canceled? No, State of Decay 3 is not canceled, but it is getting spun out into like its own studio where it's going to be like they're still gonna make the game, but it's not gonna be under Xbox anymore in the same way that it was, I believe. It's not canceled though. Who's the studio that makes them, right? Who makes State of Decay 3? Undead Labs, yeah. I like how they have their studio is the what is their this is their Twitter account, State of Decay? Oh, they still have the Xbox logo connected. Oh god. Someone's got to tell. Who's going to tell them? In the zombie apocalypse, we've got one belief. No one survives alone. The last thing they tweeted out was in 2024? The fuck? Who is running this? No one. That's not good. That's not good. Uh, yikes. Let's see where we're at here. Let's look up State of Decay. So this is the news. Undead Labs. Oh, this is good news. Oh. No, State of Decay 3 is not being canceled, even though Xbox has decided to lay off thousands just today. It says here that the studio that makes them, Undead Labs, their new owner will not be required to release State of Decay 3 on Xbox Game Pass. The new ownership will be announced later this summer. So someone else is acquiring them? Oof. This is going to be crazy. Do you think this is going to prove well for State of Decay 3, or do you think this is going to be problematic? Like, it could go two different ways. I always buy my Xbox games. Only time will tell this time, yes. Indeed. The second game was a disappointment, in my opinion, says Mr. iGamer. Oh, shit. Ant, he's coming after you, Ant. Ant, let him know what happened with State of Decay 2. Let him know. The State of Decay has a big fan base hungry for a new one, yeah. I can't remember what my last physical game was. Are you kidding me right now? The last physical game I bought, I think it was Destiny 1. I think Destiny 1 was the last physical game I bought. Actually, no, I bought Pokemon for my Nintendo Switch. I bought Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu. I like that Nintendo Switch, when you like plug the game into it, it makes these like little satisfying clicks. I like that. I like the little clicks. It's satisfying. I don't know. Something about it. They're doing it right over there. Destiny 1 and Need for Speed Pro Street were my last physical copies over 10 years ago. Yeah. To be fair, the trends are changing. We can acknowledge that much at least, but some people are still buying physical. It's definitely happening. Yeah, Game Pass got the blame for this, dude. Game Pass got thrown under the bus. What did they expect Game Pass to do? How many people are subscribed to Game Pass? Like, what are the numbers show from like month to month or year to year? What data is made publicly available for the number of subscribers to this thing? So in April of 2020, there was 10 million. September 2020, there was 15 million. January 2021 is 18 million. January 22, there's 25 million. And then they stopped reporting about it. And then in February of 2024, they said 34 million. And then after 34 million, Microsoft stopped providing regular updates since most numbers have come from leaks, employee profiles, or reporting rather than official earnings reports. So they're estimating that there's only 35 million. So basically it was, the Game Pass was selling like from quarter to quarter, multiple millions in increase, and then it just instantly plateaued. And that looks really, really bad to the investors. So they just decided to just stop reporting the Game Pass numbers. Which is why people obsess over things like the Steam charts so much, because we are so annoyed with the games industry trying to hide information and pretend like certain things are doing way better than they actually are. It's so funny to me. Thanks to Game Pass, I was able to play Subnautica 2 on my PC without having to pay for it. Hey, nice. Thanks, Game Pass. I hope Destiny 3 will be the first ever physical game that you can get more DLCs with each disc. Yeah. Like Mass Effect did? Is that how that worked? I remember, you know what's weird is that Destiny 1 had like, there was Destiny 1 and there was like Destiny 1 The Taken King. And an interesting element of that is like, how does that even work anymore? Like, if you had a Destiny 1 disc and then a Destiny 1 Taken King disc, does that go into your drive and then activate the digital? Like, I'm so confused. So I remember having that. I had a Destiny 1 disc and then I had a Destiny 1 Taken King disc. Growth has slowed dramatically, yeah. So Game Pass is basically shitting the bed. That's what we're getting at. Game Pass is a disaster. Game Pass blamed. Or can I do like speech to text for like notes? You know, like I need to like take notes about some of the, what's a good speech to text thing to write some notes down, you know? I'm all about the speech to text lately. Google. Does a Word doc have speech to text? Not a new folder. New Google Doc. Where can I do speech to text for notes? Like, can I do that with Google Docs? I'm trying to do it with like Google Docs or Discord. Go to tools and type voice typing. Control Shift S. Game Pass gets thrown under the bus because it underperformed. They've been hiding the data of it, but it seems to be doing catastrophically bad in terms of growth over the last few years. What? What happened? Rip. I did voice typing, but it didn't work. It probably doesn't connect the mic in there. It's good, Steven. All right, good. I'll just write that there. Type it out. Old fashioned like a caveman dude typing stuff out. All right, what else is there? Everyone is roasting this Supergirl movie. Everyone is. Did you guys go in the theaters and watch Supergirl? I did not. And everyone's roasting this Odyssey movie as well. Oh man. What is going on? Have a nice one. Go play some D2. Yes. See you later, Amy. Everyone's roasting Odyssey and Supergirl. It's a brutal time right now. I'm sad that Tom Holland is in it. What is Tom Holland in Odyssey? No care for an alcoholic party girl superhero? Damn. Is that really what she is? That really what they wrote her as? Elliot Page as Achilles? There's no way that's actually. I thought that was just like made up shit. There's no actual way. Let me see here. Is Elliot Page going to play Achilles in Odyssey? I thought that was just rumor. Like everyone has like spun this rumor, but I don't think that's what. I don't think that's what they're actually playing. No, they're not expected to that. But that's what everyone's saying. It's funny how like the so there's an interesting element with internet culture, right? Where if the lie is more entertaining than the truth, then that's what people will talk about. So because the lie is that Elliot Page would play fucking Achilles, like that's insane. By the way, the fact that Brad Pitt played Achilles last time and that now going to be recast or as Elliot Page. It's like it's just more entertaining than like the truth of the situation, but that's why everyone's going with it. The memes are hilarious though. Yeah. I wonder if it'll do well. Like here's the thing is that a lot of times people say, "Oh, you know, go woke, go broke" or something like that, right? And they always roast these movies that do poorly. Like I wonder if this will be like a one that actually does well. It seems like it's doing really bad. It has really bad reviews on its first trailer. So I don't know. I feel like this might actually be another one of those like fucking culture war, you know, things that happens again. I'm sure people will go see it. The thing is, I liked the last one. I mean, I've fucking forever since we saw that thing. Goddamn. How old would I have been? When did the first Odyssey movie come out with Brad Pitt? Dude. The timeline is Troy is Brad Pitt as Achilles. Yeah, Troy. That's what it was. Troy. That was good. This is insane. The Odyssey official countdown trailer dropped. It has 64,000 likes compared to its 540,000 dislikes. More than 500,000 people disliked this. Holy shit. Oh my God. This is nothing in entertainment media has ever had this effect and done well. We have seen this in video games many times. We've seen this effect in video games, but nothing has ever done this where, you know, when the thing gets like immense dislikes, it never lands like this and does well, ever. We have yet to see that. Will this be the first breakthrough? Will this be the first time where it was just hate and the movie's actually good? Maybe, maybe not. We're going to find out. Dear God. There is one movie where it happened. What movie got a ton of dislikes but then ended up crushing it? The Room? Really? Oh, that's like that meme movie, right? Yeah, that doesn't count. It was supposed to be real, yeah. I don't even know if that got a ton of dislikes, though. I don't think that's accurate. Because I don't think that the movie was hated when it came out, right? Like no one saw it, no one cared about it. It was more like just it went out without anyone noticing. Dude, I missed this. Turok is coming back. Dude, this was my childhood. This is my childhood. Turok Origins. Dude, I played this game so much. Holy shit. Turok. Yes. I played an ungodly amount of this game as a kid. It was like dinosaurs. It was like a shooter game with dinosaurs. It was so sick. Back on the Nintendo 64, yeah. It's throwback. What a throwback. Is it multiplayer? I have no clue. It looks like it's going to be on all platforms, even Nintendo Switch. Steam, Nintendo Switch, Xbox, PlayStation. Nice. You can wishlist it now, TurokOrigins.com. Nice. That was a throwback right there. That was a bit of nostalgia bait for me. There's some games like, I feel like gaming as a kid is so different because you don't really control the games that you get in some ways. Like you kind of just like some random game falls into your lap, you know? And that was one of them, dude. That was one that like I played a bunch of that one. I love that game. Still have my old Super Nintendo console, and nice. Very cool. All right, we get our big Destiny 2, our final Destiny 2 update tomorrow. We're doing a server slam for Bungie Day tomorrow. Who's showing up? Who's showing up for the server slam tomorrow, my dudes? I need to know. That's what I'm talking about. We got to lock in. We got to get the petition to 400,000. This is our last chance. Our last hoorah. You know what I'm saying? After this, it's like we're going to be fizzling off into this. It's going to be, you know what I'm saying? It ain't going to be nice. It's going to be rough. What a depressing time, though. All these layoffs announced the day before Bungie Day and Bungie's layoffs. Anything Destiny I'm in. That's what I like to see. What do we got here? New Destiny 2 game update, the final one this Tuesday. Loot changes, the server slam. This is what we announced Bungie Day. Please show up. Let's push the petition over 400,000. Dev updates, D2 reset, July 7th. We don't have many left. It's crazy the final hotfix comes out on Bungie Day.
What's up guys, Houndish here, and today we're jumping in with another Destiny 2 video as we approach the weekly reset coming up on the 7th of July. And this will be a standout week in a sense because we're getting another patch for Destiny 2. As far as we know right now, this is the last one that's currently slated for the game. So we'll talk about some of the changes coming up and, of course, the impact that this has on Destiny, where at the same time, players are organising a server slam of sorts. So July 7th is also Bungie Day, where it doesn't necessarily seem likely that Bungie will do their normal Bungie Day celebrations, I guess.
Yeah. I think so. I don't think they'll be celebrating much. The party hats on. Woo! You know? Honestly, though, we were joking about this before, but considering this is probably the last Bungie Day ever before, they're gone, right? You might as well just get absolutely blackout drunk, dude. Crazy party, you know what I'm saying? Party at the HQ! Everyone comes back, bring back the greatest hits, all the OGs. Okay, even let Marty O'Donnell come back, dude. That guy is a hoot at parties, right? If you know his history, and just live it up, dude. Live it up. Make it a Marty party. Yeah, let Marty O'Donnell cater the whole party. God damn, that would be the most epic way to end it.
So we'll touch on what the community are organising there, some of the changes we can expect in the patch, and, of course, the content refresh, as well as some other updates from the devs. Before we go further though, have you been looking to improve your sleep habits, or do you simply need some extra help along the way? If that is you, then Manta Sleep have you covered. Manta Sleep are one of the world's leading sleep mask brands.
Dude, I actually lock in with this because every night I go to sleep, I wear these masks, and when I travel, I have a very special face mask, and this looks like it's got some eye sockets on it. Okay, it's kind of nice, actually. I have this one special mask that I wear when I travel, like on an airplane, and it plays sound in your ears. What's he got going here?
Difficult whether you're traveling or looking for extra comfort at home. They have a range of really cool masks, including the Manta Sleep Sound, which features Bluetooth audio
for
those who like listening to music or podcasts as they get off to sleep, as well as a range of...
I have that, and it's playing like alpha noises, so it's just like this, like whoa, some kind of noise. It's like it just puts your brain to sleep. This is awesome. This is actually nice. This is a good product. I haven't seen this specific one, but like I use this all the time.
Use code Houndish in the store, and if you spend $105 or more, you'll get 15% off your order, which is pretty neat. So check out the Manta Sleep store by following the link below. Use code Houndish at checkout to get a sweet discount, and take sleep into your own hands today. All the info is in the description box, and thanks to Manta Sleep for sponsoring the video. Now though, getting into the content and updates for this week. As players have pointed out, Guardians for D3 said for the second time, the final shape looms this time. There's no witness to fight, no enemy to kill. The enemy is entropy. And essentially players are organising another server slam for July 7th. The ultimate goal being to send Bungie and Sony a message that we still want Destiny content, and many people will say this won't change anything, which I'm kind of inclined to agree, to be honest, but I think it's still worth supporting the effort, given that it's a game we've enjoyed for all these years, even if it doesn't spell some reaction from Bungie. I guess you can kind of celebrate it however you like. Simply enjoying a game that is fun, showing appreciation to the devs at Bungie who made Destiny, or yeah, indeed hoping that this changes Bungie's perspective on the future. So also...
Yeah, so it doesn't directly change the outcome, of course, but what it does show is that there is this massive audience, right? So I feel like we kind of, not Poundish necessarily, but the community kind of puts it in this category of like, well, this does nothing because it doesn't immediately make Sony greenlight a Destiny 3, but it's not going to be so black and white. Like, what it's going to be is, does this IP have value, and is it going to have mass success if we launch a new IP like a Destiny 3 or a Destiny 1 remastered, or like we've even talked about, maybe even just a Destiny campaign story, like a single player Destiny campaign story? Would it sell? Would people be interested? Is there intrigue? And showing that a bunch of people signed a petition, showing that a bunch of people showed up for the last update is crazy. And then secondly, the longevity of that, right? Because people will argue that it was just a one-off, that players just logged in to just say goodbye, but the outcome is actually quite the opposite. If you go look at the Destiny 2 graph and the charts, we are retaining a massive amount of players from day to day, week to week, hour to hour. Like, people are logging in around the world playing this game, hundreds of thousands of people, like 800,000 people on average, even during now, like a month later, which is its low point. Before, it was almost 1 million at its high point. So the retention levels are good. The interest level is there. As an investor looking to invest into particular game IPs, that checks all the boxes of interest, you know? Now, can it get the green light for a big budget like 500 million? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, that's a lot. That's a big ask, especially in today's gaming climate. So maybe it gets a green light for something smaller, a smaller budget, or a smaller scaled project, something that's scaled down, like we talked about with like a Destiny campaign. Those things are much more likely to happen because we do stuff like this. Like, this is important. And I know there's people out there just cynical naysayers, but do yourself a favor. If you really like Destiny, show up on Bungie Day tomorrow. Do it. Show up and play. It will be important and it will matter.
Certainly be there over the weekly reset. It will be interesting to see how many people do turn up for July 7th. Let me know if you'll be playing down in the comments section. On the
I'll
gameplay
be
side
there.
for this week, though, we are expecting the patch. So, as DMG said last week, the patch on Tuesday will have a handful of fixes from the team, current and former, including a fix for Vanguard and Crucible reputation, elevators in Seraph Shield and Deepstone Crypt, and a few other things that could be squeezed in. So, we'll get the full list at the reset. DMG also adds they don't have a solid date for the final TWID installment. I would anticipate if we're going to get that, it will be in the next week or two, but obviously that's a little bit of a guess. But this will be update 9703. Other fixes that Bungie have alluded to is fixing the missing Iron Panoply drops for folks who hadn't previously picked them up. That will affect the next Iron Banner, of course. Bungie had also said they're looking into the PC performance issues, more minor visual glitches on certain armor sets, missing emblems from the Conqueror Triumphs, and a couple of other components. So we'll see what we get in the full patch notes, and I'll keep you posted with that on Tuesday. But yeah, for the moment, this is the last update that we know of that'll be dropping for the game, so that in itself will be sort of a memorable moment, I guess. Then, as always for the weekly reset, the seasonal hub
Final
will
update.
refresh, so we'll get the new slate of weekly rewards that we can unlock, which, as always, drops Bright Dust. There'll also be the weekly and daily objectives there. And there'll be the refresh on the Vanguard alert, so there'll be a new featured weapon for the quick play variants, as well as the Grandmaster Vanguard alert, and I'm still building out the full rotation of these, so that if we're doing weekly resets moving forward, we'll eventually know what the upcoming activities for the week will be. But otherwise, for the moment, I'll keep you posted on those when we get to the reset on Tuesday. The other component that will refresh, of course, will be the featured raids and dungeons, where currently completing challenges in non-featured activities will allow them to drop tier 5 gear, but on the weeks they're featured, all the drops should be tier 5, as long as you're over 500 power, as far as I understand it. So we'll get those on Tuesday, and again, maybe another week or two, and we'll have the full rotation, so we'll know what these are going to be ahead of time. Lots of players at the minute are also running lost sectors and using them to farm armor. And so on screen here, you can see what will be the featured lost sectors throughout the week. Firstly, for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then all of those that'll be featured over the course of the weekend. And while we are getting a full Vanguard reputation fix, on top of farming lost sectors for world armor, they can also be used to access sets like Smoke Jumper, Ferropotent, or TechSec by basically allowing your engram inventory to overflow. So if you run them with full engrams, the lost sector ones that go to the Postmaster will decrypt as those armor sets instead. And DMG also confirmed that this won't be fixed, so it's an additional way to target those specific sets of armor, I suppose.
A good bug.
Otherwise, in terms of playlist stuff, we might see the return of heavy metal in Crucible, given that Iron Banner has concluded, and also, at the end of the week, Trials will return. So for many people, there's still a bunch of stuff to grind here. Don't forget, we also get those new Praxic Blade crystals. So, as Trud shared here, there's the Dark Matter Warmind crystal, which is a random drop from Lawless Frontier activities.
Oh, that's nice. I didn't even know about that. Dark Matter Warmind crystal? Yo, that looks so good. That's awesome. Gives us a reason to go back there as well.
So it'll be a bit of a grind like the original ones introduced in Renegades. There's the other as well, the Vex one, which you can get when you reach faction rank 5 for all of the syndicates in Lawless Outpost, or Tharsis Outpost, should I say. Then there is an additional one for completing a full Equilibrium run with 3 or more feats active. So if you missed out on those or forgot about them, I guess it's something else you can chase down if you're into the cosmetic side of things. And our final mention here, nothing to do with the actual gameplay this week, but kind of funny. Someone on Twitter created an account
This
called...
shit's hilarious. I'm 1000% playing this. Pete Carson's, he made, he's the raid boss and you throw tomatoes at him.
Pete Carson's at Carson's the Game. They posted, do you have what it takes to face Pete Carson's in the Vault of Cars and stop him from purchasing all of the remaining cars in the last city? Vault of Cars goes live this Bungie Day, July 7th at 10 AM Pacific, via a dedicated website. The encounter will feature tomatoes, mechanics, buffs, cars, lots of cars, and much more. And they note this experience is not affiliated with or endorsed by Bungie. It's for satire only. And it looks like they are actually going to launch this on a webpage. Maybe I'm wrong, but this is the intro to it. The boss version of Pete Carson's Destroyer of Guardians. And you get the prompt, Pete calls to the collection, and then a whole bunch of cars start spawning in. They have their own health bars, as we can see, such as Bad Decision, Calculated Misfortune, Promised Fatigue, and you'll be able to throw food at him and the cars. It's a bit of silly fun. I really hope we can actually play it in a web browser, because in a weird kind of way, that means we are getting a new Destiny game. So I'll keep you posted on that if anything comes to fruition.
This is my Destiny 3 right here.
And so there we have it. That is what we know for the weekly reset coming up. An important final update, the potential of TWID comms, a community server slam, and for most people, still a bunch of gear to chase in the game. So let us know what you'll be jumping in to complete this week. Even though the vibes will be a bit weird with this, it certainly is a historical moment, albeit with plenty of sadness. But as I've said before, we're lucky that we ever had the game in the first place. I think Destiny is something that will never really be replaced, and it's a level of scope and scale for a video game that we're probably not going to see very often moving forward, given the way this industry is going, where big publishers kind of want the biggest hits with the least amount of spend, right? And so Destiny is certainly going to be a memorable one. And our potential reasons for getting involved in a service line might be different to us on an individual basis, but it's an opportunity still to send a message nonetheless. But if you enjoyed the video, a rating would very much help us out. Be sure as well to hit subscribe. I'll keep you up to date with Bungie related news, anything that does come to Destiny or things that occur in the community, and more. But for the moment, cheers for watching. And
All right, there it is. That was Houndish giving us a game update. Always locked in on the news, and appreciate that. Still stuff left to do in Destiny. Obviously, it's going to start running dry pretty soon here. Let's be real. You know, the end is near, boys and girls. The end is near, but there's a little bit of life left in us, and we need to show that we love this IP and that the investors that, I guess, the investors that are probably not even interested in picking this thing up because of how it was mismanaged by Bungie, but at least the show that there is interest in the IP. Who knows what project could come from this? We have no clue. There probably won't ever be another Destiny live service game because of the scale and the expense that's required to make it, which is super sad and super unfortunate. But even if we don't get that, it'd be fun to go somewhere in the Destiny universe or somewhere in the Destiny timeline and get to play once more, right? I would take anything at this point. Let me know what you think down in the comment section below. We keep playing Destiny until what comes out? State of Decay 3 comes out? Yeah. Hey, careful. State of Decay 3, it has that cursed number next to it. Just remember that. Right? Any game with the number 3 next to it? Just saying. Cursed. Absolutely cursed. Don't say that. Apparently Kai Cenat is coming back. What is going on? Pressure mounts for Sony Online and a new Zelda Ocarina of Time listing causes confusion. Ooh. Kai Cenat is coming out of retirement and returning to streaming. He quit streaming to like start a clothing brand, and then I guess that didn't work out, so he's back now. What a time to be alive, dude. You like the Crota raid, right? Crota is one of the best raids, yeah. One of my favorites, dude. All right. When are we running Crota? It's just you and me, dude. We got to two-man this shit. Honestly, I kind of want to do Crota runs where we like, where we get people through. You know, we should do that. Is it Crota the featured raid this week? That's what I'm saying. Hey, we do like Crota runs like we did back in the day? Can you do that? Is it the featured raid though? Why are the best raids Hive related? They're some of the best ones, yeah. Is that, I want to see actually, is that how it works? We'll look at Crota in just a minute after this video. This is the destiny that would have happened from Evan F. A lot of things got canned. Let's see what we're cooking up over here.
With the arrival of Destiny's final live service update, and with no current plans for Destiny 3, the community now finds themselves hopelessly trying to tie a decade's worth of loose ends and staring into an impossible future, wondering not what could have been, but what was going to be, before Sony pulled the plug. Today, we explore the truly mind-blowing amount of content that was seemingly planned and then cut from existence. From new subclasses, to entire storylines, to raids like we'd never seen before, as well as 2D fighting games and dating simulators.
Oh no, not the Destiny dating simulator. Oh God.
Destiny that never happened. The Destiny themed cards have returned to my shop to celebrate the 12-year journey of Destiny. If you want a shiny slab inspired by your favorite boss, then look no further than over here with the Taken King, or over here with the First Disciple design, and way more. There will be limited time versions of these coming out very soon as well. Link down below, grab them now with some wearable merch that has a special extra discount for my Twitch subscribers. Thank you.
Nice.
Destiny's sudden end means that so many promising roads now lead
yo.
to nowhere. The exciting proposition of Maya Sundaresh, Dredge and Bale, and everything else that began with Edge of Fate is dead with a million questions unanswered. However, leaks in the week following the June 9th update revealed that Bungie actually had some very intriguing plans for the Fate saga. In a now deleted tweet, the often reliable D2 Leaks shared that our Guardian would have traveled to Old Chicago and found out
The cursed Old Chicago. We'll never get to go there. Oh no. We've been trying to go there for so long. This is like in the Destiny alpha files. Old Chicago. Like, holy crap.
that the monster was actually 3 who needed a vessel to bind to, in a similar way to Dredge and Bale and 6 in Renegades. Now, true OGs may recognize the name Old Chicago, and if not, don't worry, as it's something we'll be taking a deep dive into later. D2 Leaks went on to say that Bale succumbed to 6 and acted as a Cronenberg monster that we needed to deal with the initial plan being for the Guardian to bind to 3, therefore truly becoming the weapon. However, our Guardian says to hell with that and instead binds 3 to the Traveler, repairing it from Lightfall and turning the light into a new power and our final subclass. After the Fate Saga had faced so much criticism, it's sad to hear that Bungie had such an incredible plot twist planned that would have possibly sparked new interest in the next era of Destiny's story. Of course, it's also devastating to know that we weren't far away from a new subclass, although other information I will share later in this video outlines that Bungie had possibly originally planned for us to have already had our hands on a third Darkness subclass by now. However, new powers and 9 aside, there was another key figure just whose story came to an abrupt end with the June 9th update as well. Before we get into the subclasses, enemies, and locations that were also cut from Destiny, I want to say a big thank you to today's sponsor, Temu.
Yo, shout out Temu. Oh shit.
Now, usually when someone tells me I can get something for free online, my immediate reaction is that there's probably a catch somewhere. But Temu is currently running a $0 shopping event, and it's actually pretty simple. All you have to do is open the Temu app and type my code in directly into the search bar. Not at checkout, but right here in the search bar. KJG.
Can I buy Destiny 3 on Temu? That's all I need to know.
shopping page where you can browse through a bunch of different items and see what's available. Honestly, if Destiny players can spend hours hunting secret quests, spending 30 seconds checking out free items isn't exactly a difficult grind. You've got gaming accessories, you got tech gadgets, household items, and plenty of other things available through the event. I ended up grabbing a few items myself, and as someone whose desk is permanently covered in gaming gear and gaming related things, anything like controllers, desk accessories, or tech gadgets, these usually catch my attention immediately. So if you want to check out Temu's $0 shopping event for yourself, click the link in the description and enter my code KJG6884 in the Temu search bar to access the promotion. Thanks again to Temu for sponsoring this video. For years, Bungie has been carefully positioning Xivu Arath as the next great Hive antagonist following
Xivu.
Crota, Oryx, and Savathûr.
Yes.
Unlike her sisters, Xivu wasn't a trickster hiding behind deception. She was the god of war, direct and relentless, which created an exciting proposition for the gameplay of Destiny. Her first influence appeared in 2020, during Beyond Light's Season of the Hunt, through Wrathborn enemies, cryptoliths, and scattered lore entries. At the time, she was little more than a name, but Bungie kept building season after season until it all built to a massive climax in Act 3 of Heresy when Guardians finally saw her in-game. A truly frightening cutscene. But then, nothing. The only information we have about the potential future of Xivu Arath comes from former senior narrative designer Robert Brooks, who took to Twitter to share some incredible ideas the team had for a fight with Xivu. This vision imagined her as one of Destiny's largest ever villains, akin to bosses like in Shadow of Colossus. with Titan.
Dude, the largest ever villain. Oh my god, it'd be so cool to fight, dude. I don't know what it is, but you could say it's cliche or that I'm a basic bitch, but when I play these games, I want to fight a bigger boss every time, okay? The boss needs to get bigger every single time. I want to fight the biggest boss ever. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to fight some little tiny, tiny fucking boss that's my size. That's why, for me, like a core memory that I'll never forget was doing King's Fall for the first time. And now you look back and it's like kind of normalized, like people don't really think much of it. But the raid bosses in size leading up to that were much smaller. You had Atheon, you had Crota, and then I guess it's not a raid boss, but you had obviously the Prison of Elders with Skolas. And their size was like very similar or comparable. And then out of nowhere, Oryx like climbs up and you just see this giant. Dude, I was like, holy shit, this is insane. This is so cool. I love that so much. And I love games like Shadow of Colossus. When I was a kid, I was playing this. You like climb the freaking gigantic monster and stab him in the kneecap and his crit and stuff. So cool.
With the mechanics they were going to go for to match the fight, Robert shared that he, quote, never wanted to relegate Xivu to stand on plate, dunk orb, and win. And it's clear to see that the team saw this latest high villain as something truly special and different to those who came before her. Although it's reported that a Xivu Arath campaign and raid were pitched multiple times but never greenlit, which is truly just sad. Perhaps the saddest part is that this is really just the tip of the iceberg for the Destiny that never happened. Following a decade-long build-up to the fight against the Witness, many questioned what would come next. After 2 years of speculation post-final shape, a secret cutscene in the Monument of Triumph update seemed to confirm what many had been hoping for Destiny's story's direction. Through a possessed Lodi, Guardians received a cryptic message implying the Nine themselves were little more than pawns in a much bigger game. The implication was obvious. This was the winnower. The community reaction to this cutscene was a mix of excitement and anger, a sense of delight that there was something more and the Witness wasn't the end. But then the frustrating realization that the devs would not have the chance to tell this story. Since the earliest years of Destiny, players had debated the true nature of the Garden and the Winnower. The Garden, often associated with the Traveler, represents the belief that life should be given opportunity to flourish, whereas the Winnower represents the opposite, a philosophy that believes that weakness should be culled, that something unable to endure should simply not exist. For years, some had assumed the Winnower was the Witness, until the events of Salvation's Edge changed that. During the raid, the Witness reveals that its goals were not the culmination of the story that began with the Gardener and the Winnower. Instead, it presents itself almost as a participant in a conflict that extends beyond its own existence. That seems to mean there's something out there bigger than the Witness. The Winnower is conceptually different to anything we've fought before, and it would have been fascinating to see how Bungie approached the story differently for something they've always presented as such an abstract force, but unfortunately, we'll never find out. And it's that
Feels
fact
bad.
that has caused so much anger amongst the community, as the Winnower was not just a mere villain with a bigger ship and a pointier rocket. It seemed to be a shakeup the franchise had been begging for following the end of the final shape. Beyond Edge of Fate, we knew of 2 expansions planned: the Shattered Cycle and the Alchemist. These are not rumors or fan theories. These were in development expansions planned to release through 2026 and expand on the Fate saga. While we can't know for sure what both updates would have contained, it's reasonable to assume that the remnants can be felt in the Monument of Triumph update. Loot evolving, there was deeper build crafting, no more portal, and overhauled progression that feels more like a fresh foundation than the end. A foundation laid for a Fate saga that will never reach its conclusion. The 9 will never receive the payoff players have been waiting for since first seeing Xur back in 2014. It is important to remember that beyond unfinished storylines and distant future visions, there is cut gameplay that we will never experience as well. A new raid that had been in development, brand new exotic weapons.
I wish, dude. Can we see some of the raid from the Shattered Cycle? That would be awesome.
Brand new exotic armor, and of course, a new location. It's well documented that Bungie plans far in advance, with concept art for Europa being seen over 7 years before Beyond Light's 2020 release. And therefore, it's simply depressing to look back on all the places Bungie had visioned us visiting. Old Chicago has remained one of Destiny's greatest unanswered questions for over a decade, that's lingered in lore tabs, concept art, and community speculation. The earliest glimpse of Old Chicago came long before Destiny's story had fully taken shape. Bungie's concept artist imagined a flooded American metropolis reclaimed by nature, where rusted skyscrapers disappeared into dense swamps, and ancient Golden Age structures sat half submerged beneath the stagnant water.
This just looks like Philadelphia. Like, this is nothing crazy.
Exotic weapons such as Graviton Lance reference discoveries made within its ruins. When Bungie began teasing the Witch Queen, many players became convinced Old Chicago would
Old Chicago or modern Philadelphia?
finally make its debut. The expansion's darker tone, the swamp-like concept art, and emphasis on mystery seemed to align perfectly with everything fans had imagined that the location could be. But instead, the expansion led players down a different path. What makes the location so fascinating isn't simply that it never appeared. Destiny has countless planets, moons, and cities that only exist in lore. Old Chicago is different because Bungie never truly stopped talking about it. And perhaps that indicates it was intended to play as an important role in the story one day. Fundament is another example of an incredibly intriguing location.
Dude, that would be
that
so
Bungie had
interesting.
been building up throughout the life of Destiny, as it was the birthplace of the Hive billions of years ago. While there is next to no art for this planet, Fundament had several of its locations mentioned, and people have speculated that a new focus on the Hive with Zevua Wrath could have led us back to the place where it all began, as after years of fighting the Hive in our world, perhaps it was time to take it back to theirs. However, that is more speculation than outright cut content. To this point, we've only explored a Destiny that would have never happened in the future. However, some of the most fascinating discussions surround the Destiny we should have already received in the time gone by. The most recent and notable example of this is an infamous Lightfall we never got. The Lightfall disaster was a massive domino in the downfall of Destiny, as at a time where player counts were soaring, Bungie presented a lackluster expansion that just felt soulless and empty. It's important to remember that Lightfall was revealed.
Lightfall was the beginning of the end for us, truly.
In a trilogy alongside Beyond Light and Witch Queen. But right when the Witness arrived and the Traveler was under attack, the story felt less like the beginning of the end and more like a detour. This led many to speculate that something had gone desperately wrong during the creation of Lightfall. Bungie did not comment on this at the time. However, after the June 9th announcement, former community manager Liana Rupert reignited the discussion. Rupert claimed the original version of the expansion was, quote, glorious, before stating that it was ultimately, quote, completely cut. And this seemed to confirm one of the longest running scrap content theories in Destiny history. Many believe that Lightfall was meant to be the end of the Light and Dark saga, instead of a bridge to the final shape.
Absolutely it was. I feel like that's well established at this point. Like they had the same colors for Lightfall initially, and then they attributed that to the final shape. They needed more time to deliver the final shape that they wanted, so they used Lightfall as like a filler.
With the Strand subclass moved from Witch Queen, the missing third Darkness subclass cut entirely, and the original campaign deleted and replaced with the heavily criticized glorified Strand tutorial. Theories have also emerged from some that the opening and final cutscenes for Lightfall were initially meant to be a part of the same big cutscene that was divided by a seemingly unrelated campaign that raised entirely new questions instead of answering pre-existing burning ones. The decision to not include a new subclass in Witch Queen always felt strange. 3 Darkness and 3 Light subclasses just made sense. While a cut subclass has never been confirmed, both Swetzical and Rupert mentioned the scrapping of a housing system and the new enemy race that surely would have arrived in the original Lightfall. Concept art of a Darkness race has been floating around for over a decade, and the failure to ever include it in the game has always been a baffling mystery. Of course, we had the Dread, which came after a massive delay to the final shape, but I like to think that these enemies would have looked a lot different in their original visions. But it seems now that it might have been saved for a version of Lightfall that just never arrived.
Damn.
When it comes to the final Darkness subclass, many had speculated that this would be red themed, as before the final shape, a supposed piece of official Bungie footage leaked that showcased a subclass.
This is just fake. We covered this before. Some guy just made this up. He went into Photoshop and edited it. He showed a whole video about how he did it. This whole thing is a hoax.
This nature. In 2025, the community began to speculate again when a rock decoration was
Yes, we talked about this. This red rock. This is really suspicious though, right? There's a rock for each affinity, except there's one that's red and doesn't match what we have right now. This definitely looks like Bungie hinting at something. We talked about this.
To symbolize all subclass elements, with all rocks being matched to existing subclasses except a mysterious red one. And I've got to say, it does make a lot of sense, with Bungie being known to hide Easter eggs for their future plans in the game. However, these leaks have since been confirmed to be entirely fake. The alleged Bungie video was actually created in Adobe Photoshop and After Effects by a user going by the alias Nimbus9003. A video of how the leak was created can be found on YouTube, with the user adding that they posted the video on Reddit under the Nimbus alias, before deleting it to make it look as if Bungie struck down the post after gaining traction. A former icon artist at Bungie named John Zellman has since commented on this leak, saying, quote, "That red subclass leak from Season of the Deep was indeed fake. By the way, the source, I was on the team that would have made them, and we all had a good laugh when we saw it. Fantastic Photoshop work though. We weren't allowed to comment on it at the time. I figure I probably can now." Unfortunately, this video had some unintended consequences, as former Bungie artist Ben Platnick revealed that this situation made him stop posting art breakdowns of his work, as it simply caused too much of speculation headaches, which is really sad to hear. In my opinion, and the opinion of many others, there are simply too many signs that pointed towards a third subclass being considered at some point by Bungie. But with the news that one of Destiny's most infamous leaks was indeed fake, it seems that we will never know for certain if new powers had awaited us. While I'm certainly not happy that Destiny has come to an end, one thing I have enjoyed since the announcement is the outpouring of dev notes on Twitter. Around 2 weeks after the update, Liana Rupert replied to a tongue-in-cheek tweet asking for a Destiny dating simulator, with a response that literally no one saw coming. She said, quote, "Fun fact, the team actually made one, but leadership was very hard no, that nobody wanted romance or silliness. Very Dream Daddy inspired." Many people in the replies were simultaneously excited and heartbroken to to hear that a feature like this was just a few seasons or updates away. However, the reality is a little different. As Robert
The witness was right. End this timeline.
Brooks revealed that this concept was only made for an internal game jam, where the devs had a few weeks to make prototypes to show off their skills and not something actually being considered for the live service game. Another idea that was created under this same principle was a 2D fighting game akin to Street Fighter. And honestly, something like this would have been really cool. Fighting games are always a ton of fun to play casually or seriously, and with so many characters and abilities in Destiny, I'm sure that this would have been
Honestly, this would have been better. This is something I actually will play. You know, a fun little mini game. This could be the type of thing that could be in the tower. Like, imagine you load into the Destiny 2 tower and there's like a little arcade machine, you know, back off in some corner somewhere, and you walk up to it. And when you walk up to it, you play this game, you know, like those little fun mini games are cool and can be added to a game and not be a big deal.
an absolute smash hit. And yes, that was a pun for Super Smash Bros. Content cuts and alterations are commonplace throughout the entertainment industry. Sometimes good ideas have to be discarded to allow the best to shine, and that's okay. For example, Destiny 1 saw this happen with the cancellation of the Vex Void and the Forge of the Gods DLC, as Bungie felt the big yearly expansion model was stronger. IO and the EDZ were cut after reportedly originally being meant for Destiny 1 as well, but this was not the same. The Destiny 2 story is most upsetting not because of what was cut, but instead because of why it was cut. This was not a kill your darling situation. This was not a we'll save that for later situation. The Shattered Cycle, the Alchemist, the Third Darkness subclass, the new enemy race, and Lightfall 1.0 were not cut to make way for competing ideas. They were cut to make way for nothing. They weren't scrapped to better the game or the story. They were scrapped to better the pockets and car collections of those who never truly understood what it meant to be a guardian.
All right, there it is. That was a breakdown from Evan F. in regards to the Destiny that would have happened. And I do think that, like, his final note, especially when we're talking about, you know, the things that were scrapped and them being scrapped for no real reason, there is a certain budget that's allowed for the game. And if you go over that budget, you expect, you know, to have a better return on investment, right? So like if you spend more money to make some of these things happen, then we better see an increase in player population and player spending and cosmetics, et cetera. Like that's how Sony's operating. And so you can't necessarily blame them if Bungie is continuously producing new content and the population is declining or the microtransactions are less, basically in the post Final Shape era. You can't blame them for not being as enthusiastic for Bungie to just sort of pour more gasoline on the fire, right? Like the idea is pick the things that are going to meaningfully grow the audience and build the new player experience and grow new players into the game and prove that you can, you know, build this franchise up. And then they will get more green lights for more things like this, right? Like that's how the budgeting works. Like the people budgeting are not like, it seems a bit cruel, but it's like, it's just business. Like they're just looking at the numbers and they're like, the numbers don't match. And if you can't make this game profitable, then, you know, the game gets canned. And so it's like, they do the same thing with every game. It's not like this is like selectively Sony hating on Destiny or Bungie specifically. It's just like, that's how they just manage all their games. And that's how they keep their investors happy. And that's how they keep the games industry going forward. And so you can't necessarily hate it because it's like a double-edged sword. It did kill Destiny 2, which sucks ass. But also it's like, that's how these games run. And even though we really, really love Destiny 2 and we really love the IP, we wanted that preferential treatment. You know, you don't exactly get that, right? You get what you get. And if Bungie can't make a game that's appealing to a large audience, like what happened with Destiny 2 in its last year and like what happened with Marathon, then you get sent home, you get laid off, you get fired. They say, pack it up, bud. You're not working here anymore because the stuff you make doesn't sell. And so even though you could point to the upper management and say, you guys are a bunch of greedy losers and stuff, which to be fair is, you know, there's an element of that. You know, there is a larger element and one that does need to be criticized, which is that Bungie was given full creative freedom to make anything they wanted, and they got a certain allotted budget, and they just couldn't make enough to appease the larger gaming world, right? And there's other factors too, of course. It's not the only one, but I do think that there's quite an interesting narrative out there about who do we blame, who takes accountability here? And you've got basically everyone pointing the fingers at everyone else, and no one's taking any accountability. So all you get left with is, no resolve. No one learns from the situation, and the same patterns continue on and on, which is why Marathon's struggling, and Marathon's not going to make some big comeback, right? And guess what happens when Marathon dies? You ready for the crazy narrative? This is going to be a wild one. Get ready. When Marathon dies, all the narrative will be, oh my God, the Sony and the upper management, they just wouldn't let us do what we wanted to do. We had plans for Cryo Archive 2 and Cryo Archive 3 and Cryo Archive 17. And the big bad Sony just wouldn't let us do what we wanted to do. They didn't give us the freedom to make this game incredible and make it so good. It's like, yeah, where did we hear that crybaby story before, right? It's like the same thing is just going to happen again, right? They're just going to scream that the big bad upper management didn't let them do the things they wanted. But unfortunately, there's more to that story. But let me know what you think about it down in the comment section below. Do you agree? Do you disagree? And that's a wrap on this one. I want to smoke whatever they were on when they greenlit Marathon. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately. What a time. Smoking some synthetic shit. Yeah. What a time, what a time. What other stuff do we got? Oh, let's jump in game for a little bit. See if we can play Crota's End. What do you think, chat? We said we were going to do that afterwards, so let's see if we can. Crota's End, yes. We're launching the game right now, and we'll see if we can do some Crota runs. Jay Navok says, Xbox isn't healthy, therefore they should continue doing more of the same. Roasting IGN. We're seeing a lot of people in the games industry right now choose to the narratives around why the collapse is happening is so fascinating, right? It's pretty fascinating. Who is going to be what's the narrative going to be around Xbox's collapse and all those layoffs and PlayStation and Destiny 2 and Bungie and all these things, right? So much difference of opinion. I wish that during all of this, though, when other crazy times happened, I would go to Destiny 2 and I would just play my favorite game. It was my escape from all this. But now, Destiny 2 is gone. So now we are left to play and be a part of all the insanity. All right, so let's see here. How does this work? You go to Crota's End, right? Let's go to the moon. No, it's not there. It must be you go to Raids and Dungeons. Go to Crota's End. Okay. You can customize it. Oh. Oh, God. Ooh, this will be crazy. Let's start with standard for now to make it a little bit easier. We'll launch it on standard. Put it on public for anyone that wants to join up. We're going back to the beginning. All right, when I shoot you, that's when you take it from me, okay? Go ahead. I never understood why some missions have matchmaking turned off. But you can just use Fireteam Finder? Like, what's the point? I think it's to get, instead of like randomly picking people, you get to like selectively pick people. So there's like varying degrees of like collecting people for your groups. There's like, if you randomly pick people, it's that's like the easiest point of entry, and like, you know, you could get some shitters, you could get some good people. I won't be able to grab it from you, bud. Unfortunately, I'm locked out, but I can revive you. All right, we're down here. We're in Croter's End. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to put it on invite only for a bit. Once we get to the end, we're going to distribute free loot to the chat. So be prepared. All right, free loot is about to come your way. Okay. So how it works is, Razil, you're going to need to join the Discord so we can communicate with each other. So join my Discord. That way we can chirp. Got my grapple on. All right, so I might even want a shoot to loot weapon on.
potentially do a shoot to loot like scout rifle or something here. Let me see here. Shoot to loot. And then shoot to loot. What else do I got? Is there like a surges or something? Arc and shield pose. Yeah, I don't think there's any crazy modifiers in this one. So trace rifle is pretty good too. Trace rifle gives me double energy weapons. That's not bad. I'll do this. Solar surge. Do solar. And then we'll do arc loader. Are you preparing your loadout or are you jumping around? Because I guarantee your loadout is scuffed right now. There ain't no way you know what you're doing in here. Let me see here. You got an eager edge sword. I guess you look like you know what you're doing, actually. I'll give you some respect. I think you know what you're doing. You need to get... Can you join the Discord, though, so I can hear you? Join that Discord. Melee resist. Arc resist. And then when you get to the end, we're going to need something that can kill those ogres fast. So I'll probably swap to this. And then I'll put this one. Oh, good. Ray gun's here. Hello. Hello, hello.
Yo.
Yo, yo, yo. All right. You ready?
Yeah,
The first
yeah.
one probably won't be successful, but it's okay. It'll be a learning process, okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's do this.
I'm not too sure if you can do
I'll grab this first.
but...
I'll grab this first. What's that? Oh, no, don't let me
I
grab
don't-
it first.
Okay.
Let's swipe here. We have
I
to
don't
do the
think you
same.
can,
Do what?
like duo this. I don't think you can.
Do what?
Like this whole encounter with two people.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like before you would have like Crota armor.
Yeah, I don't have Crota
you
armor
could have-
anymore. Delete all my Crota
Yeah.
armor. And that helped a little bit, but I think it's still possible. You get my Crota,
Yeah.
you can get Crota armor back, right? Like will the new armor not have that or no?
I have no idea. I've done this before, but you would have to have had some Crota armor on.
I have a Crota class item on right now. Looks like
Let me check.
it doesn't let you put on the same mods like it used to though. So yeah, it turned to like tiered armor. It says
I'm like.
yeah, so it might be much harder because we don't get that new armor.
I'm pretty sure like we can do it with 3 people.
Yeah, 3 people.
But with 2 people, it's gonna be
It's gonna be pretty tight for sure.
either.
Let's see how it
Yeah.
goes then. I'll pick up first here.
All right.
And go. Preserving.
Yeah.
And then you want to probably wait a little bit longer. Because now I'm still at 35 seconds drain of light.
Yeah. I think like I just edge it at the checkpoints. We can try.
Well, you want to offset the first one by not grabbing immediately.
Yeah.
I guess it
How
doesn't
good
really
the
change that much in the long run, so we'll see how it goes here.
Alright. I'm putting it in now.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna make a tangle. It's fine.
I guess you go up to where the next one is.
Not here. Up ahead.
It wasn't there? That's so surprised.
There's like oh I it's
get you
like
back.
in set locations.
Shit, you'll have to take it from me.
Yeah, I'll be able to. Got it. I didn't see it up ahead, so I'll just go here.
No, you had to
You
have skipped
missed
past it. You had to have skipped past it. No worries. Maybe what we can do is maybe I can deposit it and then die, and then you revive me right off the rip, and then I've reset myself, and then we'll run together. Maybe that could work. That might
Yeah,
speed us up a
we
little
could
bit. I'm trying to think about what would even speed us up here. Let's try this real quick. So I'll grab it. Grab it.
Yep.
Go forward. I'm gonna deposit it.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna die here. So that way I lose my drained with light.
Alright.
And then you'll revive me. And then
Yep.
we'll pick it back up. I'll pick it up. Good. And then we'll start heading out. Not the first one. Oh, I did not mean to pop that.
Fine.
Not the second one. It's gonna be the far one.
It's a bit up ahead.
Preserve it here.
Alright. I'm grabbing it.
It's not this one. So it's gonna be the part of the
Alright.
one in the back corner here.
It's not.
Okay, it's definitely the next one then. You gotta be quick here. It's this right here.
Alright. Should I edge this?
I guess, yeah, that might help.
I already.
I'm still drained for 7 seconds, so.
Alright, I'll kill myself now. So I can pick it up again. Oh, it's spawn.
Can't be the next one afterwards, so we don't have to worry about that.
Alright. Can be
It's this one right here.
Yeah, it's this one. I'll edge this one out, I think. Wait, it didn't pick it up?
Oh no.
We have enough time.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm still drained.
Oh
That's
shit.
why.
Wait, you died, but you were drained?
Yeah,
Oh, you picked it up and deposited it then? On accident somehow?
I think so.
Must have. So weird. Maybe it
This
bugged
is-
out.
This is possible though.
Yeah, we were right there. We were definitely
Yeah,
right there.
We got this. We got this.
I think that resetting that helps a little bit because it does slow us down. That first death is good. I was only 7 seconds away from being able to pick it up at that one spot, and I fat fingered my super, so I definitely could have optimized it way more.
Yeah, it's okay. The next time I'll like delay it until I almost die.
So I can't believe you can see during this part. In console, it's ridiculously dark. That's funny. Got that brightness turned up. So I die. I get revived.
Yep.
I'll pick it back up again.
I made a tangle for us.
Okay. I'm just gonna use this grapple point. I'm heading forward now.
All right.
I didn't even check that first one, but I'm assuming it wasn't
It's
that one.
here.
Okay, good. I'll deposit it here. We got 44
Yep.
seconds drained.
I'll
Put
pick it
another
up.
grapple point up here.
Let's go. It's wait, is
It's
it?
right here. It's right here.
Yeah.
I'm 25 seconds
Should I-
drained, so yeah, you gotta die on this one. Jump in the hole that's
Alright.
just over here somewhere.
I'm pretty close to dying
Wait.
anyway.
Yeah, you'll
so-
die to that. That's good. I'll res you. Pop my super so I can res you. Shit's in the way.
Alright.
Okay, it can't be the next one then, so we can skip that one.
Yeah, you sure?
Yeah, I'm guaranteed. Can never be the next
Alright.
one afterwards.
It's not here, so pop my super now. It's not here. Maybe the next one. Oh yeah, it's on me. I'll edge this one out. Sounds good?
Yeah, I can pick it up, so you're good.
Oh, okay. I'm preserving.
Yeah, I missed my grapple there. Oh, I died. I hit the fucking hive trap. No, it's gonna put it back there. Damn, that's a wipe.
Yeah,
Ah,
I
sucks.
can't.
God, that sucks. We were so close. I threw myself into the freaking thing. We'll get it here though. This is good actually. It's a little bit
Yeah.
tighter, but it's not terrible. I should have kept my old Crota armor. I didn't think they would like. Did they change the old Crota armor? What happened?
No, I have no idea. I just like remembered that that's how I used to do my 2-mans.
Yeah,
Like when I was doing this.
back in the day, that was how it was done. Grabbing it.
Yeah. Right.
It's okay. As we do it a few more times, it gets more like optimized. So make sure I
Oh, you
deposit
didn't
here.
put it in?
Yeah, my bad.
Would have been really bad.
Grapple point. Oops. It's this one right here.
Yep. Let's go.
Watch out for that hole.
Yep.
Watch out for this thing.
Not here. Probably next one. Yeah.
Still
it's
drained
here.
for 20
Oh,
seconds, so yeah, deposit and die.
Alright.
So we don't waste 20 seconds. Rezzing you.
Yep.
Oh fuck, they're pushing me off. There you go, rezzed him.
Hey.
It's not this one.
Alright. Probably next one.
That one.
Not this one. Let's be next one.
It is this one right here.
Alright. Do I have to edge it?
No, you're good. You can deposit now.
Alright.
And then we'll climb
I
up the wall here, yeah.
Yeah, I'll use my super.
Okay.
I'll make tangle points.
Perfect.
Alright.
Go ahead.
First one's up. And second one. Oh, and it's on me, but I have 27 seconds drain light, so
Okay, so we can milk the clock then. This is fine.
yeah, it's here.
I'll wait to deposit then, or when do you? I have time.
Yeah, I have
time.
16 seconds, so whenever you want.
There we go. I had to wait as long as I could. I think we got the
Alright,
time though.
that's good. Yeah, we're gonna have to deposit it again, so I
Yeah.
don't know. I got it.
Okay.
What's your timer at?
My timer's at 22 seconds drained.
Alright.
We're good on that half.
I'm gonna have to deposit it here.
I forgot how
I'll
the
just preserve it.
yeah. And then what?
You're
I
gonna
pick
have
it
to
up when I
pick
can.
on- Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Pick it up immediately. Okay, I can pick it up now. I think I might needed to wait longer for that because I'm gonna get charged too fast. That's what it was. Fuck. Because now you have the debuff, so you can't pick it up from me.
Oh yeah,
That's what it was.
right.
I needed to pick it up from you as you got charged there, and then I would have deposited it, I think. And then you would have
Oh.
interacted with it. That's what it needed to do at the end. Because one person has to get the buff here. Because like right now I die because you have to take it from me, but you can't.
Yeah,
That's
I
what it was.
can't.
So yeah, you pick it up on that last one, and then you get fully charged. I take it from
then-
you. You still charged. I deposit it, and then you interact and start to play it.
Alright,
Yeah, we had it though. That's good.
my bad. Didn't
No,
know.
that's good. No, I always the mechanic changes like weirdly at the end there because it's involves an enlighten, so it's like you get used to doing it the same, and then it's different at the end.
Yeah.
But we got it, and we had it, and we had like plenty of extra time too.
Yeah, we did.
So because
That was a
you,
really good run.
yeah, we're super optimized with it now. This is good. Excellent. Here we go. Rallying.
Yeah. It's gonna be a tangle for us. Oh my god. Could have been bad. Never mind.
Not the first one. Is the second one. Grapple up above your head. Well, that's gonna kill me. Fuck. I fucking timed that
yeah.
poorly. That's my bad. This is gonna set us back pretty bad. Yeah. Damn it.
Mhm.
Need to shoot that straight up in the. I usually shoot at that angle and then I wait for the pendulum. That time I just like rushed it.
You know what keeps me alive? I have this SMG with heel clip on.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice.
No, it's definitely good.
Give me 1 second.
Alright, go ahead. Bob Cross, thank you for the tier 1 sub in 2 months. We're going to get to the end and we're going to open up the fire team chat and we're going to get this Did Lucky show the Steam charts yet? Not yet, dude. But don't worry. More 3 Steam charts tabs are getting opened up because
We
you
can
said
try
that.
again.
Alright, here we go. This is it for sure, though. We got it this time.
Yeah.
No mistakes. Let's do this.
We could do the bit faster would be nice. I spilled spilled something on the ground.
Uh-oh. Spilled that gamer water?
Yeah, Pepsi. I can't really.
Oh, no. My death landed there for some reason. Why did it do that?
Yeah.
Let's swipe real quick.
Alright. Yeah, I spilled like a whole bottle of Pepsi on the ground.
Dang. A whole bottle?
Yeah, yeah. Like I had to go get my food, and then when I came back, the bottle was on the ground, and I accidentally kicked it over.
Oof. Damn. Applied a debuff to that carpet, dude. You're gonna have to clean that shit out.
Yeah, I will. As soon as we finish.
Trying to make sure my feet kill me in a good spot this time.
Yeah, that's better.
Much better. Okay. Oh, I scuffed that up so bad. Rushed it too much, but it's okay. We'll be able to recover.
We'll make it. It's not here.
It is here.
Alright.
I still got like 4 seconds, so I'm gonna put a spot up farther up here. Right here, I'm gonna put one up.
Fine. I think that, yeah, I think that's way better anyway.
You don't have to worry about getting hit by that thing.
Is it here?
Not
No.
here.
Next one. Not here. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, it's here.
Perfect. I'm at 12 seconds. You don't even... I guess you could kill yourself, but you don't really need to.
Yeah.
I got 7 seconds, so we're good.
Oh yeah.
Oh, just go ahead. Yeah, just go ahead.
Yeah, I'll scan where the next one's at. Not here, not from what I'm seeing. It's on me.
All right. You want me to hold it for a little bit longer?
Yeah, I have 12 seconds, so you hold it a bit.
Can hold it for 3 more seconds, and then I'm done.
Alright.
Deposit it.
Yeah, you can deposit. I can pick it up there. I'll just pop here. Oh, we'll find out if it's here. It's not.
It's the second to last one, then. It's going to be over
Yeah, we're
here.
gonna have to backtrack a bit.
It's right here. No, it's right here. It's right here. It's only one of these 2 locations, right?
Yeah. That's
Just hold it as
that's
long
what
as you
meant
can,
by-
I guess, but yeah.
Oh, I already. I'll just die.
I got... Yeah, okay. That works.
You res me.
Yeah, that works. Revive, revive. And then you can immediately grab.
Yeah.
And then you get charged up, and then I take it for... Oh, shit, I'm gonna die here. Fuck. I didn't know there was a
Oh,
hole there.
no.
No!
No.
I didn't know there was a hole there. I got that
Fuck.
console brightness, dude. Damn it. I forgot there was a hole there. I literally was falling. I was like, oh. I look up, try to grapple.
We got it. We got it.
That's so unfortunate to get to the end twice. Damn it. We'll get it right here, though. I just needed that a few warm-up runs.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. And go time. Not the first one.
Nice. This one. Yep. I'll just wait just in case. This one. Let me
Huge.
edge it out.
Yeah, as much as you can. 'Cause
Alright.
I've still got like 8 seconds, so it's like...
Alright. I'm on 2 seconds, so.
Alright, grabbing it and going to the next one.
Oh yeah. Forgot. Oh. On this one. Not on this
Oh.
one either.
Ooh, really? Oh shit, this is gonna be a weird one then.
It's the next one probably.
Yep, it's here.
Yeah.
I'm depositing here.
Yeah, I got 4 seconds, so I'll
Perfect.
pop here.
You can get up even with just one, either way. I'll see if it's the last one or not. It's the second to last one.
So we go back.
Backtrack a little bit to right here.
Yep.
Then I guess hold it as long as you can.
Yeah.
Or
I
die.
can- Can I not die here?
Probably die. Yeah, probably die.
I can wait either way. If
Just
that
yeah,
helps.
probably die is best.
Alright.
Because there's so much time. I guess I got 10 seconds. Oh yeah, they're gonna kill you. That's good. That's what we want. Revive. You'll pick it up.
Yep.
Don't fall in
And
the
then-
hole. And then you'll get charged up and I'll take it from you and then I'll deposit it.
Yeah, I'm on the plate right now.
Good.
Hope it works.
I think that's how it works. Should hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too.
I swear I never did it this way before, so I'm a little bit hesitant.
It's fine. I'm full.
Okay, I'm
Take
taking
it.
it from you. I'm
Thank you.
depositing.
Oh yeah, I can put
Yeah,
it on.
that's it. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, swap your loadouts to kill these like champs, I guess, if you need to. Like,
Yeah. Loadout will do.
gotcha.
Unless there's barriers.
There is a barrier, but you usually don't get that close to us. Oh god, we're so powerful now. What the hell? What did you shoot at that guy?
Yeah. Mint.
Jesus. Oh god, I can. Yeah, I guess that is really good.
Yeah, it's your weapon stat.
Weapon.
they both-
Looking creep.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? Yeah. Creep. Power creep. Just going crazy here. All right. This is. Oh,
Oh.
shit! We spawned in here.
Using the rest.
The barrier should have spawned in on the right. Oh, I guess it's not a barrier. Oh, because it's on normal difficulty. Interesting. I'm gonna put it on master after this. So yeah, that was kind of the easy mode because this wasn't master. Get ready.
The master is also pretty doable. Good luck.
All right. So yeah, don't quite go to the end then. So that way people can join up and get some free loot.
Oh yeah, that's. Hey, that's I'm down. Still have a big mess to clean up.
That's what I'm saying. Yep. I'm gonna go hide behind a rock here, and I'm just gonna stay on this side for a little bit. All right, 4 people are gonna be able to join up. Is that working? That is not working. Doesn't matter if you're console or not. You can get free loot right here.
Oh, they
And
just keep on spawn.
there we go. This is for everyone. It's on public. Join up. Get your free loot. And we're going to do it on master after this.
Alright.
That was good. We had extra time to kill even. Like, we're chilling, dude.
It's the best way to clean this up.
We'll get right in there 3 hours later. Not 3 hours later, all right?
Watch, we're gonna first
Bob
try the
Cross.
next one.
Bob Cross, thank you for the tier 1 and 2 months. Let's go. Evil Deeds joins up. Perfect. Free loot for Evil Deeds. Who else wants some free loot?
What would be the best way to clean this up with like paper?
For soda?
Yeah.
I usually just throw a towel on it.
towel. Got it.
I take a towel and I throw a towel on it because it just soaks it all up. I usually get like maybe 2 towels. The initial
Alright.
towel kind of, gets immediately soaked, and then the second one kind of retains its.
I'll be right
freshness.
back.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, you got 2 minutes to join up before light fading's here, so. You better get in here and get some free loot. Use that join code, chat. We're going to do more runs of this as well. This gets you some free raid loot. What is this? It's like a little thing that's blown up off when I kill these guys. You got a minute and a half. Andy has gifted a sub. Let's go, Andy!
Appreciate it. W's in the chat for Andy.
I think he's dying.
He died, yeah. So we got to do light fade before light fading. We'll jump past the checkpoint. You spawn in dead and it auto light fades you.
People better join up soon then.
You better. I know, as I'm saying, there's gonna be 2 wasted loot spots. You guys gotta hurry up. They're like, we're not even on this game, dude. What are you talking about? I thought more people would be interested, but if there aren't that many people interested, then we won't do too many runs of it.
Oh yeah, the towel was a good recommendation.
Towel's clean, dude. Throw a
Yep.
towel in there. Probably just don't throw a white towel on there. The
Why
white
is
towel's
that?
cooked. So that thing is trash then, you know? Was it a white towel?
No, it's
Okay.
it's black, it's striped. 6 seconds.
It's done. Spoils farm, dude. Spoils farm. That was it. That was all we got. We had those 2. We'll do it once again, though, on Master. That was good. Throw a crusty blanket on it. Yeah, what the hell, Ice Axe? Oh, I forgot to save the checkpoint. I gotta make sure to do that, the initial checkpoint. But we'll just go back to the very beginning again. I'll change characters.
Oh, I don't have you added.
Let me add you here so that we can join back up effortlessly.
Master, I think gives the same stuff, no?
I'm not sure. All I got was spoils from that. I don't even think I got any armor.
I know the featured raids, like the normal versions, give tier 5s. So
Oh, it
you
gives. It
wouldn't
says.
have to.
It says potential rewards. Raid gear. It gives a 3rd drop. So I think that's why you do that. It's got overcharged trace rifle, solar surge, and strand surge. So
Master one?
does that stack? If I use an overcharged solar trace rifle, I would get like double damage bonus. And there's gonna be more champs at the end there too.
The champs are not going to be a problem at all. It's going to be
Yeah.
the same as this.
Come on, I'll launch this. This is good. This is a lot of fun. Takes me back, dude.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And maybe... Huh. Wait, what's your thing again? Redacted?
Yeah, as soon as you add me again. Oh, I put up the wrong join code. Oh my god. I put up lucky 10p. That's why people weren't joining up. People are like, "What? I tried." I just realized my name is redacted 6852. People are like, "This is insane." My apologies, chat. You got trolled, I guess. All right, we'll do that in the future.
I think... Did you get it?
If you join on me, I'll be able to add you really easily.
Oh, okay. So,
6852, yeah, there it is. Yeah, I'll have you guys join up after we cleared it, though, chat. So we don't waste your time. Good. Razel. Perfect. I'm going to send you a Bungie friend request.
okay, sweet. Oh? For some reason, it's not letting me accept that. Weird.
Let me see if I got invite here. I didn't get any invites either yet.
Okay, maybe I could just... No. Accept? Oh, it's because I was probably flying in.
I got you.
I'll let you know when to take it from you. Just give me a
Yep.
second.
That's good.
And in 3 seconds, go ahead.
Alright. So I'm in love with this build.
What you doing? Hunter?
Yeah, I like tried to make my own build for this final update.
Yeah.
Turned out pretty good. Yeah. I like it.
What's the gameplay loop on it?
You make tangles, and every tangle explodes. Oh
Nice.
yeah. You can duplicate the tangles too.
Very cool. Is it a PC code? It's a Destiny code in the text chat. So you can type in the text chat on any platform. When we get to the end, I'll open my fire team, and then everyone will be able to join up. And you can do it on console. You can do it on console, you can do it on PC. We're going to do master difficulty this time, so you'll get 3 drops. And you'll just join up, and as soon as the fire team's full, I'll run over the checkpoint section. Good. So be prepared. Have the join code ready. Because it will be a race. Alright, here we go. Oh, make sure I deposit this. I deposit and die.
About this. Is
Where's this
this one? Alright. Ooh. Next one.
Not this
No.
one.
Ooh, that could have been bad.
Good job staying alive through that.
I'll edge it out. Alright, I deposited. I'll make a tangle here. Not here. Probably the diagonal one. No, not here.
And the next one then.
Next one. Yeah, this one. Oof. I have 10 seconds. Probably shouldn't use
the last one.
this. Alright. It's up here? Yeah.
Yep, last one. Just wait
You
as long
need
as you
to,
can.
Yeah. Okay.
That, or I guess you could theoretically die, but I don't know. I got 14 seconds, so if you can hold it out, we'll be fine here.
Yeah, I can hold it out. We're good. As long as we don't.
Yeah, go ahead whenever.
Alright.
Good then?
Yep. I did it.
Perfect.
I'll,
And I'll get the buff this time, and then you'll take it from me.
Yep. I think you get it fast if you kill stuff. Not too sure.
Does it even give you the option to take it from me, though?
Oh, wait.
Oh, that's right, we did it
I'm
wrong.
gonna have to die, okay?
Yeah, die,
I
quick,
forgot
die
about
quick.
that. I'm dying.
And then immediately take as soon as you get back up. Immediately take, immediately take. Oh,
Got it.
fuck, they killed me. Damn it.
No.
Rip. We tried. So close. I was gonna say, I was like, I don't think you'll be able to take it, but yeah. I could have
Yeah, I know it's
popped my
too
super to
late.
stay alive there.
I
And
know
if,
it's too late on that one.
yeah, if I popped my super, we would have won that. I just, I went to res you and I was like, oh, there's not that many thrall. And then there's like 14 thrall. It's good. Ballistic. What's up? We got it this time. Those little mistakes are good to
Yeah.
make though, because you kind of like learn. You're like, ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Now we will not make that one again. Go here.
No. Not big failure.
It's the first one here. This is trouble. Just have to grab and go. We'll see how it works out. We haven't had to play this one out yet.
Yeah, it might be trouble this one. Yeah, it's on me.
Okay, good. I'm still at
Oh, I
whenever you have to do
fine.
it.
Take your time. I'm putting it in now. Oh. Don't die, don't die. I got myself.
Got it. On to the next one. Not this
So
one.
dark.
Not this one. It's probably the next one. Hopefully. Great,
I
good.
died.
You're fine. You're fine. Can preserve this. Pop this.
Oh yeah, as long as you don't die.
Yep.
I'm in
Got you
a
back, and then
bad
you'll just pick it
spot,
up here.
though. Yeah, and we can just.
I don't know what the next one is. It could be that
Probably
one in the
up
corner.
here?
Could be the super shit one.
Nope.
Oh, it's not. I died. Fuck. It's over.
Oh, it's on me.
Which one was it? Which one was it?
It's the one. It's the one where we backtrack a little bit.
Oh, it's that one. Damn. I shouldn't have even checked that, dude. I was just worried it was that really weird one that's like at the bottom of the hill. It's a rare one.
Yeah, we have enough time even if
Yeah.
it's that one.
Dang, that's tough. That first deposit when you pick up the one and then it's the first one right off the rip there, that one throws everything off.
Yeah.
We got it though. Here we go.
Nice. I got a tangle for us. So.
Sure, go and hurl that then. Oh shoot. The hell?
Right.
Okay, not that one.
Here.
The cooldown for this seems to be pretty low. Like I think they maybe lowered it. Used to be a lot higher for this bucket.
I've never used
Navigator.
that gun. Whoa, what a boost. It's not there. Wow.
Reviving.
Uh,
Go ahead. Yep,
I
you're
mean,
good.
I think I need to edge this as long as possible, though.
Oh yeah, you're true. Now, as soon as you post it, that's when you get your debuff. So I already can pick it up, so you're good. You can do it.
Alright.
Let me know when you find the next one there.
Yep. I'll tell you. Not here.
Here it is, right here. So, what's your
You need to
debuff
edge
timer
this
looking like?
one. I'm at 20 seconds almost.
Right.
Not looking too good.
That's good. It's good. Just don't kill any ads. It won't speed this up. We're good. I can wait it out. I can do it in like 3 seconds. I can do this.
Oh yeah, that's good. I'm about to get it.
Perfect. There it is.
Alright. I'm gonna do the thing. Oh,
And
it's
then
on
wait
us.
this one out. Yep.
Okay, I'll try not to kill anything, but
Yeah, if you just hide in the back, they don't come to like the edge, I think. Oh, no, they're tweaking
oh,
out a
you
little
you
bit.
can jump up here. There's like a little hill there. Yeah.
Who can die here? Who can die?
No one.
Oh shit, we're in some trouble then. You I have to wait this out for as long as I can then,
Yeah.
because what is it that has to happen here? I have to pick it up and get charged, and you have to be able to take it from me. So you need to be at like 10, 15 seconds left. So just call it when you're at 10 or 15. Call it when you're at 15 seconds, I guess,
All right.
or 10 seconds probably.
I'm at 15.
Okay,
go.
I'm gonna reclaim this.
Angle.
Go down to the end.
Not you. Hope we have enough time. Maybe shoot some ads. I don't know. If that's gonna help.
What's your timer at?
But I can take it.
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. And take it.
All right.
We're good. We're good.
Quickly.
We did it. We did it.
Good.
Shit. Alright, now we just gotta actually kill everything here. And there's like should be some decent champs, I guess, but it shouldn't be that
Yes.
bad.
He's alive. Oh, got him.
Yes, this is awesome. All right, chat. In a minute, I'm gonna open up my fire team, and anyone can join up. First come, first serve. Have your join codes ready. Pray to the RNG gods that you get in. And if you don't, well, be salty about it in chat. That's the best thing you can do.
Right. Nice.
It is on public, and this is the
Alright.
join code. It's redacted. It's /join redacted 6852 #5539. Fix this real quick.
Oh yeah, they're coming in this time.
Oh yeah, they're ready. I had them bamboozled last time with the wrong join code. All right. Oh, good. We got a full fire team here. We got Black Bomb. We got McKinney Sand. We got Sovereign. We got Art. Look at that. See, and if people are saying console players can't get in here, 2 people are PlayStation people. 1 person's an Xbox person. Only 1 PC person even got in here, so I don't even want to hear it. I'm waiting for them all to spawn in to make sure they all get their loot. So I want to see like 4 skulls.
W. Yeah.
Should be good now. How many skulls we got on the map here?
I can see one.
Well, here we go. Loot for everyone. Enjoy. I tried. I was too slow. Yep. What did it give you? It gave me 5 spoils on that one.
Yeah, same. I got nothing on that one.
Where's my loot at? Bungie, where is my loot? Is it like not the weekly featured or something?
No, it actually is. Unless it's... Yeah, it is. It's
The
featured
fuck is
one.
my loot? Getting
Did they
robbed out
change it?
here. What loot
Did
did you guys get?
loot?
Yeah, what did you guys get? Whoever joined in, tell me what you got out of that. Tell me what you got out of that.
Mm,
So it says this. Check postmaster. Oh, do you think it bugged out and went to the postmaster? It
they're saying
did. It did. It bugs and goes straight to the postmaster.
Oh,
Yeah, it goes directly to the postmaster. That's what happens. So yeah, I got a bunch of
that's
stuff from the
weird.
postmaster. Did this armor set bonus
yeah.
help at all? Melee fireball is triggered now. Being in combat.
No, it's
Flinch
it's not
Aw.
the... I think it's the raid mod. There's like a raid mod where you used to.
That's what you used to put on. Now you can't even put that on anymore. I'm super confused.
Oh, they're all gone. Yeah, so there was like a raid mod where you could make like the debuff, like the debuff timer last shorter.
Crota is featured this week. Nice. Yeah, anytime Crota is featured, we'll come back and do this again. I gotta head out for the night though. I gotta go teach, so I'm gonna head out. But thank you, Raygun, and I got you added, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. We'll lock in and do this again next time.
Yeah, no problem. Just hit me up.
Yeah, let me add you on Discord here. Let me send you an ad. And see you later. And I gotta send you your gun here pretty soon. I got that sunshot going out to you.
Oh, dude, no problem. Take as long as you need.
I'm gonna send it on. I'm sending it later today, so should be today or it's tomorrow. We'll see. All right, we'll
Nice.
see you later, man.
See you later. Have a good one. Peace.
Peace. See you. What's my next move since Destiny is done? I'm going to continue to cover gaming news in general. I really enjoy the conversations, and my hope is that Destiny 2's death and the lessons that we learned from that, we can apply to other gaming studios and to the larger games industry in an effort to hope that other people don't lose their favorite beloved IPs to horrible mismanagement, corporate greed, and other BS that Bungie incorporated into Destiny that led to its eventual death, right? So I personally believe that Destiny did not need to die, and I would love to be a big advocate and use some of the lessons that we learned from this to hopefully correct this issue for other games and to the games industry as a whole. So we're going to continue to cover the news and continue to talk about Destiny stuff and the larger gaming news from here on until the end of time, I guess, right? Like that's what the game plan is. So as far as playing other games, whenever a new game comes out that I'm interested in, we'll just play it. I'm not too stressed about it, but I don't have like a particular game that I'm fixated on grinding right now other than maybe GTA 6. That one looks pretty interesting. But yeah. All right, that's a wrap for me tonight. Thanks for the follows, the subs, the bits, the donations. Make sure you drop a Prime sub if you haven't yet. Appreciate those that subscribe. Check out the merch store if you haven't. And make sure you're subscribed on both YouTube channels. I'm out. We were Crota farming, not anymore, Nether. Next time, we'll be back doing it again. We were bringing back the OG. I'll see you later, Nether. You came in a little late this time. But soon, I really had fun doing it. And we'll be back grinding it once more. Have a good night. Later, my zombie inside. Later, McKinney Sand. Later, Ice Axe. I'll hit you up, Nether. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you back here tomorrow for more gaming news. Peace.